Good evening. We're going to call the October 3rd Fayetteville City Council work session to order. Appreciate everyone being here tonight. And we ask that you stand for our invocation led tonight by Mayor Pro Tem Hare. And then if you remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Lord, we thank you for just allowing us to gather tonight. We thank you, Father, for just a beautiful day. And Lord, we are faced now with many agenda items, and we're asking you to allow our hearts to be open, our minds to be open, our ears to be open. Let us hear all what is heard. Let us hear from all the representatives that are speaking tonight on every agenda item. And let us not be moved by emotions, Father, but be moved by fairness and fair play. We thank you for that, Father, and we thank you for this day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just one bit of explanation before we begin tonight. Tonight is a work session, and typically the council follows generally some different rules, and I just want to explain those to you so you'll be familiar with the process we go through. This is most often an opportunity just for more dialogue and questions, and you'll see things that we get briefs from staff members that we're ready to go to a council meeting for some ultimate vote, and sometimes we're not ready, and we'll just ask questions and ask staff members to work on it again, and we might see those in the future. So it's not exactly the same way a normal one of our city council meetings works. It's a little bit differently, and hope you bear with us on that. It's again, it's a work session, so we can have more dialogue and understand issues along the way they come along. So, having said that, we'll begin with approval of tonight's agenda, and I know Mr. Iman's got a couple of adjustments here. Mr. Iman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would suggest or recommend that we pull item 4.6 as well as item 4.7 from tonight's agenda. And Mr. Moan is also asked to pull item 4.10 from the agenda.
Okay, are there any other changes to tonight's agenda? We typically don't vote at these, but I think in the interest of tonight we're going to, since we're in here. We've got all this nice technology around us. So if I have entertained a motion to approve the agenda tonight with the exception of 4.6, 4.7, and 4.10. So moved, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Second to that. Thank you, Mr. Massey. Any discussion on that? Matthew, vote on that, please. Okay, that would be unanimous with the exception of Ms. Davy. We expect her in anytime. So now we'll move now to item 4.1, which is traffic stop consent search policy. Chief, thanks for being here tonight, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before we get started on our presentation tonight, I wanted to begin by thanking the City Council, the manager, for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I would also like to thank all the advocates, both for and against written consent requirements. Thank you especially to our citizens and community watch groups who are here actively engaged in policy-making decisions that will have a lifelong impact on our community. Race is never a comfortable topic. It is even more uncomfortable for me as a white man who is in charge of a department that has been accused of biased policing. However, it is my duty to defend and protect the citizens of this community, as well as to ensure my officers are protecting the same citizens' constitutional rights and not violating their Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable searches and seizures. When this issue first came to light, we took it very seriously. We spent countless hours evaluating numbers in meetings, mediation, and training trying to resolve this issue. However, the one issue that we have not been able to communicate in this type of forum is the underlying issue and what we believe is the root of disparity in numbers. And yes, I did say disparity. We can see that when 3 times as many African American men compared to white men are searched pursuant to a voluntary consent, that there is disparity. However, we stand by our position that this disparity is not a result of racial profiling. Today, our intent is to provide you with both accurate statistical data and a crime mapping depiction of what numbers really mean. The community has been given statistical data by our local paper and local radio stations that simply do not tell the full story or paint the complete picture. The data hurts not only African American community, but this entire city, who, like the police department, is trying to cure the ills of our society which are crime and poverty. I am sure that our skeptics will say the data reflects from the issue of consent searches. However, we believe there is a direct correlation. Citizens are being stopped as a result of observed traffic violations and not randomly because of race. We are dealing with citizens who have to choose between insuring a car, fixing a light, or feeding families. As a result of putting family first, oftentimes traffic laws are violated. Unfortunately, the same goes for the young man who is jobless and resorts to selling drugs to provide for his family. As an example, a recent case where evidence was suppressed, unrelated to consent searches, the suspect admitted to the officer, "I sell drugs in order to provide my family because I can't get a job as a result of my criminal record." These are issues of joblessness and poverty. But do we allow and ignore the resulting criminal offenses? No, we do our jobs, which is what we are asking the council tonight, to allow us to make a major policy change by requiring articulation of a fact before asking for a consent, but not mandating written consent, which is not required by any comparable police department in the state of North Carolina. So, consent searches, investigative tool. United States Supreme Court, North Carolina Supreme Court. Consents must be voluntary. No specific warning to the person is required. Officers need not tell the person of the right to refuse to give consent, although the person's knowledge of the right to refuse may be a factor in determining whether consent was voluntary. There's different levels of evidence. Hunch, reasonable suspicion, and probable cause. Simply, a hunch is a gut feeling, not enough to justify any legal action against individuals. Consent search. Reasonable suspicion, the amount of knowledge needed to make the ordinary officer believe that criminal activity is occurring, which is a traffic stop. Probable cause, evidence that leads a reasonable person to believe that a suspect has committed or will commit a specific crime. Probable cause search or arrest. Article 9 under the search and seizure, General Statute 15-A-221. Definition of consent. As used in this article, consent means a statement to the officer made voluntarily and in accordance with the requirements of General Statute 15A-221, giving the officer permission to make a search. Case law and consent searches. It is perfectly legal for our officers to ask for consent absent reasonable suspicion or probable cause, and written consent forms are not required. Consent to search policies. There are no other cities in the state of North Carolina that have a policy mandating written consent. Now, we've heard about some state and other local jurisdictions. The consent to search for CCSO, consent to search will be obtained in writing whenever possible. SHP, although consent to search need not, as a matter of law, be written, members shall, pursuant to this policy, attempt to obtain written consent whenever practical. Past consent form issues. We had these forms back in '99. We used them on traffic stops. When the state came out with the traffic stop reports, They had a lot of information on them. We chose to fill out the traffic stop reports. A source of defense counsel challenge, a plaintiff's signature, in other words, the driver, officer's signature. People saying you can search, but I'm not signing the form. Was it coercion? We ran into some language barriers, reading comprehension issues. To date, just to recap, camera systems installed, 56. Additional systems purchased, 40, for a total of 96 purchased. Total systems funded, 120 in-car cameras. Regards to racial profiling, we confirmed with our district attorney's office and Superior Court that no cases have been dismissed for bias-based policing practices or evidence suppressed as a result of bias-based consent searches. To our knowledge, no defense attorney has filed a motion to suppress such evidence based on consent searches, and there have been no lawsuits filed against the FPD or the city of Fayetteville in regards to racial profiling. Neighborhood presence, why? Crime-driven, community-driven, calls for service. 7 months, we've had almost 17,000 calls within both districts, suspicious activities. City council-driven, and what I'm talking about there is we know you hear from your constituents. When they have problems, not only do they call us, but they call you. And when those are passed on to the manager, we investigate and follow up. At this point in time, one of the things that we wanted to do is go into a live mapping demonstration. So I'm going to have Ms. Richards, one of our crime analysts, come up and bring it up. Now, let me remind everybody that we go through weekly mapping meetings once a week, and at the end of each month, we go over our monthly stats. The monthly meetings are usually held in this chambers here because we have the TVs, we can fit an audience in here, and we go over what we've been doing in the past few weeks to a month. Now, we're capable tonight of doing 30, 60, and 90 days on this computer. So let's start off with the first area. We'll do 30 days.
Calls for service.
All right, these are calls for service around Fayetteville. Now, zone into the 16-17 area on your map. These are calls for service. Bring up the residential burglaries. What's locked?
The map is locked. This is what I was afraid of.
Why is the map locked?
Could be a network issue. Do not know. Let me shut down and open it again.
No. Or we got current week. Go ahead and put the current week up.
Yeah, it's gonna flip from the network.
We got someone from IT here to fix this.
There was wiring lock. Is Rich here? He was supposed to be down here.
Any way we can get it up on the system.
I'm gonna try and see if I can find it on here.
Was it working before?
Yes. Yes, it was. That's why I was down here at 3 o'clock. I don't know why it's saying it's locked. We've never had this before.
Or we bring it up on the stuff over at the police department? Can we get it filtered in from there over to here?
Where is it? Where is it? Show me where it's at. You know where it's saved? Save it. Pull it up. I don't know where you saved it. She saved it somewhere else.
I saved it in your city council.
Oh, okay.
It's right in their city council.
Okay.
folder, so if not, you don't try to.
It's saying it's locked. I don't know.
Try to bring up the old one, bring up the old data frame, the one that wouldn't save. The one. It'll have all the densities, but it'll have everything else.
What are they trying to show me?
Nathan went to go see if any of the guys in IT are still here.
Yeah, because they were over here at 3 o'clock and everything was working.
Can you guys do it without it?
Well, we'd rather go into a mapping show.
Okay. I went to go check if they're here, and I heard just say, "Where's Rich?" So I
Where's he
went to
at?
go check if he's there. I went to get it. He's here. Is there anything I can do to? Is there anything
Yeah,
I
it
can
has
do
nothing to do with it. It's saying that the
Is there
layers are
copies
locked.
that we can hand out to let you guys move on?
No, we didn't copy the maps.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I've never had this happen before, so I don't know.
Densities from the other ones, were the densities working?
Yeah, the densities are fine. It's
I
this.
made a density about the part one, so you can just overlay it. You
Okay.
want to use the two densities.
That's fine.
It's not fine, Chief. It worked before.
Well, I mean,
Well, Jennifer said she's going to get what's his name,
Okay.
but
that's the most recent one because they pull up the same one.
Okay. Let me see. Let me try to open it again.
can you do the density map and then we just do the overlays?
The overlays aren't working.
The second density won't work.
Let me see.
Well, this ain't good.
No, it's not. And
Well-
it worked at 3 o'clock, Chief. That's why I was over here at 3.
Okay.
I got that PowerPoint from the burglary task force. If you want to pop that in there, go over that. If they can't get this stuff to work, I can explain.
Well, they went out to get the,
And I'll try the citations or arrests.
I got it.
all right, here we go.
Sorry, Chief.
That's all right.
There's 30 days of B&E's residential.
All right, really hone in now. All right, for example, this is our area along Cliffdale Road that goes out to Cliffdale Road all the way out towards Riley Road. This would be depicted as a hot spot. These green marks here indicate residential burglaries. Okay? Now, throw in your car B&Es. Okay? Robberies, if any.
Both business and individual.
These are both business and individual robberies. Now, keep in mind, this is a 30-day period. So, let's go over and hit our park and walks. Now, what a park and walk is, where we got individuals. Is it popping up?
No, those are not. Let me work on it.
She tries to find this data. Some of the approaches that we take when we're working on these hotspots, our patrol officers will get out and do foot patrols, they'll do bicycle patrols, we do crime prevention checkpoints, we do what we call high visibility patrols, where we get anywhere from 1 to 3 to 4 officers in an area doing canvasses, and we do strict traffic enforcement. Okay? For this area, for example, Lieutenant Whitaker. Lieutenant Whitaker. Darius is one of our property investigator supervisors. All right. What have you, from the investigative end, your detectives, been doing out in this area?
Basically, what we do is detectives are getting with the officers on a regular basis, on a daily basis, going over known suspects. They have a list of subjects who are on probation, subjects who just recently released from jail, getting data so we can locate these subjects, see what they're doing, those kind of things. Also looking at leads.
You need her back up here to get this, try to get this stuff.
It's all,
Crime.
it's all already pulled over.
Detectives are
It's
working
not,
in
it's on the
partnership
server.
with
We
the
gotta report
officers.
it from the server.
Okay.
Better to, in order to arrest these subjects and to reduce crime. That's basically what they do on a daily basis, have a partnership with the officers on the street, and then trying to find out what's going on out there.
I got part ones.
Okay. Captain Kelly, from your patrol aspect, can you enlighten folks on how you're, come on up if you need to.
No, you good.
Go ahead.
You mentioned most of our proactive activities, Chief. We do walk downs, we do bike patrols, we do saturations, we do informational checkpoints where we get officers along with crime prevention and pass out data to the citizens to let them know that they had a recent crime trend in their area. We use the reverse 911, the PWC call out to let the citizens know in that area that we had seen an increase in a particular crime. We do walk downs with volunteers from all over the community to let the citizens know that they are having an issue within
There's
their
your park and
community.
walks.
We use the SMART program, set out the mobile unit along with other officers within the department, and we again approach the citizens to advise them of the situation that's going on in their
Can you
neighborhood.
get traffic tickets and law enforcement?
Crime prevention does
Do you want the
surveys for
overlays?
the citizens
Yeah.
in the
The
target
overlays?
area to let them know how ways they can prevent being victims of a particular crime.
Now, those red dots just that popped up on the screen indicate parks and walks where officers go around and make contact with folks in the community. One of the items that I just briefed you on,
High visibilities.
these are high visibility patrols. This is the men and women, the zone officers that saturate an area, and we're conducting high visibility patrols. One of the things, our new initiatives this coming year is that of a burglary task force. Captain Bridgman is one of the captains, along with Captain Devon, heading that up. And Mark, what's the, just go into a brief description on why and what areas we're working on our burglary task force, if you would.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. The main focus of the burglary task force, we studied a period of time from the beginning of 2010, January 1st, 2010 to July 31st, 2011, and there's 5,400, a little over 5,400 break-ins within our city. So using that data, you know, we did the map overlay with the color gradiated areas. It kind of looks like the Doppler weather, but I call it Doppler crime. And we can't eat the apple all in one bite, so we chose 4 specific areas to focus in on that are most heavily impacted by residential burglaries. And that's going to be the area that we're looking at right now, the Tiffany Pines and the area right off of Ramsey Street in the Zone 3 area. And that way, you know, we're focusing our efforts on one area. Also, we've noticed that there's an inordinate amount of firearms being taken from these residential burglaries. So we've teamed up with Operation
traffic tickets up
Ceasefire
there
and
yet?
the Bureau of
they're right
Alcohol
here.
Tobacco and
I'm gonna put 'em on
Firearms.
top so you can see
And anytime that there's a firearm that's taken from a residential break-in or a larceny of a firearm, our task force is gonna focus in on that, and that's a violation of the federal firearm statutes. So they don't have to be a convicted felon or anything like that. You know, basically, if you're over the age of 18, you steal a gun from a house, that we're gonna focus in on that individual. And, you know, and what that's gonna do is that's gonna focus in on the violent crime as well. As soon as they steal these guns, most data shows in studies that ATF has conducted over the years is that most of the guns stay here within our jurisdiction. You know, so they're gonna end up as crime guns and
I wanna go back to
basically it's a
16 and
public
17 and then
safety
go back.
factor. And, you know, my family, when they come to Fayetteville, you know, and my wife works here at City Hall, they're exposed to,
Okay.
you know, things going
They're
on
gonna be
here in
underneath the
Fayetteville, just like
larger
any other
items.
citizen. So, you know, we take a personal interest in getting those guns off the street.
And the advantages of federal versus local.
Well, right now, our DA's office, 98% of the cases are plea bargain. So, I think the tail's wagging the dog over there, you know, where most of the cases are being pled out. But the advantage of the federal system is that they're gonna get time and they're gonna do hard time. They're not gonna get the 6 to 8 months probation. These guys, the stealing of firearm, they're gonna get a minimum mandatory of 5 years unless they cooperate, which is always an advantage for us when we have defendants that cooperate.
Now, these little Cs that she's put up on the map, some of them are prevalent, some of them are under the larger dots. These are citations that are issued by our officers. And of course, we added on the layers. We've got the darker area, which indicates we've got a lot of activity. And then, of course, that overlay of where crime is occurring, our directed patrols. Those Cs are the citation issues and what just popped up there.
Directed.
Those are our directed patrols. So one of the things that we've explained in the past is that we did hotspot policing. Based on the crime, based on the calls for service, that makes an area hot. And these are some of our tactics that we go on in and try to find out who's doing what, who's violating the law, and handle that accordingly. So you look at the hot area, you see the crime, and then you see our response to that, which is interrelated to where we're having activity. Switch back over to that Ramsey Street area. This is our Zone 3. Zone 3 down into the downtown area. This map indicates, once again, all that data. That darker portion indicates the hot spot, then filtered in crimes and our response to the crime. We do this once a week, and then we recap it at a month. Let's move up to the Murchison Road area.
How far down?
There we go.
Okay.
Once again, the darker color indicates calls for service, then related with crime, and then our response to those crimes. Again, the Cs, the directed patrols, the high visibilities, all that particular area. Let's move over to Zone 10. Focus in on this area right in here. Now, that's citywide, girl.
Yep, hold on. Hold on.
That's,
Hold on, it has to
Ah.
redraw. It's good. There you go. You want it in more?
all right. Now, these are what?
Those are directed patrols. patrols.
All right, as you can tell, in this green area, things are not hot. But over to the left, we have an area that, based on calls for service, crime occurring, happens to be kind of a hot area, and there's our response. That particular area is behind Sycamore Dairy Road and McPherson Church Road. There's a certain apartment complex where we've been having difficulties with crime, calls for service, some burglaries, car break-ins, reported narcotic dealings, plus people shooting off guns. So, as you could tell, in that lighter green area, not really much going on, not much enforcement action, not much going on, but resources all around it. This is something that we have to do. We've discussed this before. We have to go where the crime is, and we have to take the proper enforcement action. Let's move down into the B Street area.
17?
No, 4. 11 and 4. Right here. We did a lot of work down in the B Street area in our reclaiming the neighborhoods. Based on the calls for service, this area comes up where we get a lot of calls from citizens about activity. Some of that activity has to do with narcotic use. We do have a few crimes in there, but what you see right there is a lot of proactive work based on our calls for services and what our officers are out there doing. In this general area, we have a lot of calls in regards to homelessness and things like that. And is Officer Swinton here?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Your walk-downs and your checks that you do, especially in this area, in that Eastern Boulevard area, what happens?
Well, all I can do pretty much do is just FI. We have a lot of them, especially in the bridges, on the bridges right now.
We need to see any other areas.
Some of stuff in
Do you want to go down to 22?
Mm-hmm. All right, moving right along. We're going to go up to our zone 22. You see the larger green? Those are indicators of residential burglaries.
Yep, residential burglaries.
The lighter greens, and then we've got the area of, what are we missing on here? Directed patrols?
Directed patrols are on there. High visibilities are the green. The directed patrols are the orange.
Go ahead, speak.
Directed patrols are the orange cars. The high visibilities are the green cars. We have several FI as well around the area. We have citations. We have a large number of residential B&Es, which I can see if we have any business on there too. Several business.
FIs are field interview cards. These are when we see folks out various parts of the day walking around. We engage in conversation, try to find out who they are, what they're doing in the area. We do that a lot, especially in the evening hours at dark time. Once again, the darker area indicates the hot spots, and as you can see in that lighter area right below it, right by the 2, not much going on, not really too much enforcement action or anything like that. So, if there's any area in particular you would like to see, please let me know, and we'll throw it up there for you. This is citywide.
Yes, citywide.
That's not good.
Let's go to 6.
Yeah, let's go down here into this area.
Okay, 24.
Yeah.
Who's zone 12? Somebody said zone 12?
Yeah, all right, go on up there.
There you go, right here.
D1.
Dark areas in here, residential B&Es.
Dark areas, you see the residential B&Es, and underneath it, you've got
Directed patrols.
directed
high
patrols,
visibilities.
high visibilities. citations,
FIs.
and field interview cards, that cluster of residential burglaries. Mark, who do you got here from Zone 2 and from Patrol on Spats? What do you guys have been doing up there?
Detective Wooten, sir.
Go ahead.
Detective Wooten, I'm the Zone 2, 12, or 22 detective, otherwise known as Second Hour for us. On a day-to-day basis, I'm actually a member of the burglary task force also. We meet with our patrol officers, let them know who we're looking for in the area. At this point in time, another initiative
Yeah.
we've got with our burglary task
I'll take
force,
everything else
anybody,
off and put
any
that on
person of
separate.
interest that they pick up
We'll-
or anything,
we'll
we're
put it
bringing them
on.
in, debriefing them, trying to find out what they're doing with all of this stolen property. Because, you know, we can,
There you
even if
go.
we arrest that one person, it may be stopping them
Were
for
they
a
in
while,
red?
and jail them back out. We're trying to get to the
The
bigger picture,
handcuffs.
find out what
Those
they're
were all
doing.
arrested in that area for the past 30
We're making
days.
a lot of arrests in the area.
But again, that's
Unfortunately, a lot of them are getting back out. It's the same ones we're dealing with on a
search
day-to-day
warrants, that kind
basis.
of stuff.
Now, if you just see on that screen, those red dots that popped up on the screen, those are physical arrests in the area for various crimes. And once again, those arrests, again, overflow into the hotspot areas.
Chief, can we see Brodell?
Sure.
Is that 4?
Zone 1.
Good God.
And the red, actual arrest.
Yes.
Red arrest. Now, over to the right of your screen, right over in here, is Broadell.
Yeah, I was looking for it. I couldn't.
No, right down. A little bit more.
Pika, Danzig, West Cochran, you got it.
There you go. There's Brodell.
There you go.
Chief, what we did up in the Broadell area is resulted in not only the hot spots, but citizens from the community watch group and folks that we know in the community over there.
And Brodell is on the outer skirts of the hot zone.
We've looked at
We're moving outwards. That's
We
crime.
started gathering intelligence on what was going on over there, worked with the detectives, as we've said, and try to keep open lines of communication with
The
them.
crime.
Yeah, this is the hot spot area and it goes out.
We got some good
Less.
intelligence on a few particular
You
houses
wanna see
where a lot of the problems
how
are
many
coming
calls
from.
that area
We
is.
work with the detectives,
So it's
ended up making
roughly
some solid arrests in that
that
area.
type of call area is
Now
right here.
dealing with a few property owners directly, the houses that we're dealing with a lot of problems coming out of are actually tenant occupied, the rental properties, and we're working with the actual owners of the houses, trying to get them to come on board and let them know the problems that are stemming from it.
We're not showing any
Hoping
residentials
they can also help us in the
up there in that area.
come to
Are
talk to
we?
them directly,
Nope,
with some eviction situations, whatever.
but they're up there, so they're populating. They're just not in that area. That's the same data we gave them last time. No.
Now, if you look, that lighter area to the right of the screen is Broadell. You see some arrests, you see some directed patrols. One of the things that we began working on once Captain Spadarico and Chief Bryan and the folks all started working in that area was our concern of displacement. Notice that area just a little bit to the left, the Albany Street, Seabrook area, a little bit more calls for service, but still, we've got enforcement action, but no crime. Then as we start moving closer, we get a little darker. We got a residential, couple residential burglaries in the area along Henderson. And that particular area, more calls for service, and keep moving the map. Then, as you can see, it starts getting darker with calls for service from the citizens. Up at the very top, up around Varsity, we've got
Eccles Park.
Eccles Park, 3 burglaries that popped up. And keep moving that map down.
It just takes a minute to read. So this is the main hot spot in this area.
And this hot spot in the main area right there is, we've got 1, 2 residential burglaries and a lot of calls for service
And several arrests.
and a lot of arrests.
Chief, can I look at, if you can capture Glen Riley and
Glen Riley,
Loch
yes.
Lomond right across from each other?
14. Right up in,
Right up in the corner, right?
square it in.
Yep.
Okay, Glenn Riley. Move it down.
Yep.
This area right here.
Just take it right there. So it just goes right there. Okay, right there. All right. And now come in 16. Is it okay?
Yeah, very bottom. Come on, go up. No, you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. Up,
Chief,
sir.
so when we
Keep going up.
hear from citizens that they very seldom see a patrol car in the neighborhood, sometimes we can take that as a good sign because it's not listed as a hot spot.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No. Pull that thing down. Come on, keep going down. There we go.
Okay.
You see Glenn Riley, you just bring it down a little bit more. All right, Glenn Riley, we had a couple residential burglaries right there by Brook Hollow Drive, Wadsworth, and then farther on up in 14 along Colby Court. But we have Shawcross Lane. We got 1, 2, there's one right underneath there, Winchester, and then here's all the activity from the police around that particular area. Let's go on farther on down. I want to go to 21 and 23.
But they mostly come to me.
Yeah, square off that zone.
Okay. How much further? You want me to go left or right? Okay.
This is just in 30 days.
Again, hotspots based on calls for service crime. This is our Zone 21 area, which runs along Bingham Drive, covers Aaron Lakes area, Strickland Bridge Road area on the other side. Then again, the arrest, the activity, the proactive police work that's being done. Up at the top of that area, King Cross and Southwood Apartments in those areas. Anthony, can you advise on the update with Southwood Apartments or someone maybe from crime prevention that's done a lot of work out there? Connie.
Actually, on today, there's 19 different owners for the Southwood Apartments complex. I've contacted 19
Move the
owners.
screen.
Out of the 19
No,
owners,
the other
5
one.
of them are out of state. We had a meeting today at the Cliffdale Library, and 5 of the owners actually showed up for that meeting. And basically, it was, they're reaching out to us, and we're trying to help them.
I have it
We're
now.
trying to come together for each other.
Is that ours?
Because they're concerned about the crime that's going on over there, and we're also concerned about the crime that's going over there. We've held 2
These are all, the
informational
greens are all
checkpoints,
directed patrols.
I believe within the last couple of months over there, but
These are all directed patrols and high
citizens over
visibilities.
there, the residents that are living over there, they really want to
That's good.
come on board with the police department and start a community watch group. So that's what the goal was today, was to start a community watch group for Southwood Apartments. But the owners are also concerned because it's commercial over there. They're concerned about the pavement, the pavement, the streets are not being paved, and they want something different for the residents that's over there. So we're also working with community development to try to get something going on there, because they can actually get low interest loans through community development. So we're all trying to work together to make a difference for the Southwood Apartments area.
this very edge of the city here, western part of the city. See a lot of proactive activity going on. A lot of it too is due to the school zones. We're running specials in school zones twice a day. Got a lot of traffic and things of that. Problems out there, not so much residential burglaries, but, you know, in the first month of school, we wrote almost 800 traffic citations in school zones. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, can you look at the Massey Hill area?
Sure.
And I have two other areas too, Evans Hill and east of the river.
5. Right here. Right here. Okay, Massey Hill. We've got some crimes that occurred right down there. At the very edge of Massey Hill, there's residential burglary. There's one off of West Jenkins Street. But the area comes up hot. We've got one of the very proactive community watch group up there. So when you look at calls for service and then look at the actions of the police right there, we've got numerous traffic citations, a bunch of physical arrests. A lot of drug arrests up in that particular area. But what we call our Part 1 crimes, I'm knock on wood, we've got a few. What are these green things here?
Those are the Part 1 crimes. They're assaults, larceny, shoplifting, rape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those green funny things that she just threw up are other Part 1 crimes where we've had some reported crimes, and these are the arrests and the activity that go along with it. Go ahead.
Where's the next one? Where's the other
Did you
one?
say Evans Hill?
Evans Hill, Winslow Terrace area.
Zone 3.
Towards the bottom.
No, it's right up in here.
Oh, is it? Okay, I thought it was right
Right
down
up in
there.
here.
Okay. Good?
Yep. Those are physical arrests, calls for service, the traffic citations, once again, the same type of activity where you see data that indicates a hot spot, we're in those areas.
Excuse me, Chief. I mean, I appreciate the information and everyone is asking for areas within the their actual districts, and that's good. If you would, kind of pull it back in for me personally, and see how, I'm trying to see where we are headed with the consent search.
Yeah.
Okay, because
If we're done with this, we can move on.
well, yes,
Okay.
that's, the agenda item was the traffic
Yeah.
stops and the consent search.
But it builds up to why we do what we do,
Right.
why it's
Consent
an
search is-
investigative tool.
The consent search is one of your attributes on the map.
Yes.
Can you show those?
Well,
They're-
no, consent searches are not on the map. At one of the meetings that we went to not too long ago up in Raleigh, that was called by Representative Floyd, that was discussed about locations. Because locations are not tracked, it just goes Fayetteville, North Carolina, and that was an item for discussion.
Well, wouldn't it be a subset of those citations, or the citations, are we reading that right? That's where there's been a traffic stop and a citation, either a warning or a
Well,
citation issue?
one of the initiatives that we did when we worked through this, one of the things that we said we would do would be anybody that gets stopped in the city of Fayetteville would either get a real ticket or a warning ticket. We did away with verbal warnings. And the officers would note the reasons why they stopped the vehicle, and if they did or didn't search, and write those notes on their officer copy to be reviewed by a
The
supervisor.
citations we're seeing here, does that include if someone stopped and they get a warning, or they get a citation, or are they showing
Right.
up a citation?
Those are all stops.
Stops and either a written warning or a citation.
Or a real citation.
And then some percentage of those people that are stopped, there's actually a consent search requested and done.
Mm-hmm.
Are those tracked? I'm still a little bit unclear on that.
No, we haven't tracked them off of that TSR report.
But could we add, I'm saying we got a lot of information, y'all are obviously very busy, and we appreciate that, but could that be another attribute that could be added, that we recorded where the consent searches, I think that's part of the missing puzzle here. Of,
Right.
You know, we
And
think
that would
they're
have to
happening.
be,
a certain
that
way.
would have to be creating a database within the police department. Okay? So, went into the mapping, the hotspots area, why we're in areas that we are. And, you know, one of the things to keep in mind too, we didn't even put up on the map where we go just for wrecks and do strict enforcement. So, what we got here? Whoop. All right. Center, right? All right. Crime and poverty. Government defines poverty income of 22.3 for family 4, 11.1 for an individual. National poverty rate at this time is 15.1%, highest it's been since 1993. The rates, when you look at black compared to white, 27.4, 9.9 for whites, with North Carolina poverty rate being 17.5%. We've at various times talked about contributing factors, unemployment, our transient population, drug and alcohol dependency, breakdown in family values, our school dropout rates, undereducation, underemployment, unemployment, repeat offenders, and domestic violence, especially in this community. Domestic violence seems to get our officers to calls quite often. One of the things when we talk about hotspot policing, when you go back and look at the findings of Shaw McKay that worked for, did a 12-year study in research for the University of Chicago, criminality is based on a specific neighborhood regardless of who might live there at any specific time. Once criminality becomes part of the culture of the area, it becomes a tradition. It gets handed down from generation to generation. Hence is the place, not the people, who matter. And now we're going to go into some sensitive information. Our statistical similarities: adult arrest, police department, city of Fayetteville. Adult arrest, 70% black, 29% white. Going down teen crime, which we'll be doing a presentation for you in November. What we're looking at from 10 to 19 years old, and we're going to break it down even farther, 75.5 to 22.5. Validated gang members living within the city of Fayetteville, we have 780%, and the percentages are 85 and 11. Again, poverty rates over to the left, and our consent searches, 63% compared to 28%, and all searches 71 to 26. Vehicle stops in the city of Fayetteville from 1 January through the end of July, 33,954 traffic stops. Of those stops, 57.3%, 36% black, 39.4% white. 7.93%, or 2,703 of all stops resulted in some type of search, with 5.75%, or 1,952 black, 1.98, 672 white. Of those searches, 1,178 were probable cause searches. 2.62, or 890, were consent. And out of that consent search, 1.81, 615 black, 248 white, which is a 2.5 to 1 breakdown. And then we got incident to arrest, safety frisk, and multiple reasons. Those are the reasons why searches are done. Now, if you look at this chart here, consent searches down, 63, 28, and 3. Safety frisk, 73, 25, and 2. Probable cause, 76, 22, and 2. Incident to arrest, 67, 29, 1. multiple 75, 25, and 0, an average of 71, 26, and 2. And these are the raw numbers for searches. 376 to 160 to 19, 109, 45 to 3, 534 to 166 to 14, 155 to 61 to 9, and multiple reasons 3180, and then the totals at the end. 1205, 440, and 445. Total weapons seized. Thus far this year, 24 weapons seized off consent searches. 19.5. Safety frisks, total of 21, 7 and 14. Probable cause, 45, 24, 3 for a total of 72. Incident to arrest, 4. Multiple reasons, 2, 2, which equals 4. And then write down 125 weapons confiscated off of traffic stops this year. All right. When crime analyst was doing the breakdown on poundage, they made a mistake on their calculations on the formula that they put into the computer. Here's a breakdown of our consent searches for drugs, and these are in ounces. Safety frisk, probable cause, search incident to arrest, multiple reasons, and total ounce amount and total pounds amount. This does not include the 694 dosage units we received off of illegal prescription drugs that are out there on the streets. That's different. What happens if the consent policy is changed? For discussion purposes, let's say that consent searches did not exist. The data we left with still shows a disproportionate data spreadsheet between white and blacks. The data spread between consent searches and all the searches to include physical arrests still range in the 70-30 percentile. So, what happens after the consent policy is changed? So you just put your hand over the consent, then you got safety frisk, probable cause, incident to arrest, multiple reasons, and at the far right, their averages. So, unless we as staff redirect policing tactics to such an extreme to reflect an equal number of blacks and whites apprehended on a monthly basis, nothing changes based on the allegation of bias-based policing. In this city, blacks are being arrested at a greater rate than whites. And that, I think, is what we really need to have the discussion about. That's why I talked about poverty. That's why I talked about a lot of these social factors that cause crime. So, we don't think that really changing the consent policy really does anything about the issue. So,
Chief, question. If we take away that first consent, the other statistics haven't changed, whether it's a written consent or a verbal consent. You just get rid of consent. What we do lose is those guns and drugs that you've taken off the street through consent searches. So that means more drugs and guns stay on the street. Is that fair to say, if we eliminate the consent searches? Thank you.
Let's let him,
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
are you finished, or we don't want to do the question until you get?
well, I got a few more here. I got some suggestions.
Let's hold them until we get you, sir.
All right. And we looked at options. What could we do? One of the things that we would like to do is implement study circles in the community. Now, I know Mr. Massey and I, 10 years ago, and who else 10 years ago?
Milo McBride,
Yeah, anybody
nobody on this council.
went down to Atlanta, all-American city. And I got to tell you, folks, one of the things that I addressed the police officers about at our meeting in May, and some of you were at that meeting, was about we're standing up and we got to do the right thing. We got to police our citizens. But one of the things that we cannot let happen in this community is let race become a divider. And, you know, it's unfortunate and I got to get this off my chest. All right? It's unfortunate that, Chuck, Catherine, where you at? Stand up. These two individuals are assistant chiefs on the police department, number of years, college degrees, worked their butts off. But when I hear them called by name, using the word token, that's absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. And it's happening in this community. Okay? I personally, my boss has been told, I've got folks drinking out of the poison Kool-Aid, both white and African American, on the police department. I got 550 employees plus. I know a great many of them. But I've been accused of basically being compared to a mass murderer. So don't think this race issue will not divide and tear down a city. It will. Okay? So that's important. We got to get that out front and get working on that. Utilize the reasonable suspension threshold for consent searches. And I'll cover that policy in a minute. Find funding for an additional 63 in-car cameras, which would give the entire police department, Brad, am I correct on that?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
All
All operational cars.
operational cars, marked cars, not cars like that I would drive, or your detectives that are not out there making a lot of traffic stops, but are marked cars. Find the funding for the 63 more additional cars that we need to get the in-car camera system in it. Why? The systems that we're buying, we got cameras in the front, the back. Anytime those lights go on, it goes back 30 seconds and pulls up the data. It pulls up the traffic stop. We've got on film why that person was stopped, and we've got a recorded conversation. Now, that's about $400,000. We're hoping, we put in for a burn grant. Initially, our portion we're hoping for was $150,000. We don't know exactly what it's going to be. That depends on the federal government. And I got signed some paperwork today for $50,000 that would go towards that on another matter. So that funding will be important, but it's not something that we're not working on. Other organizations, feel free to host Drivers' Right educational forums or provide pro bono legal services. When am I stuck here? Oh. All right. What we're proposing is use this type of policy. Officers shall not request a consent to search any vehicle based on a mere hunch of criminal activity. Although, as a matter of law, no showing is required. Officers shall articulate at least one reasonable factor that the driver and/or occupants may be involved in criminal activity. Usually it takes 3 for probable cause. What we want to do is require our officers to have 1, document it, and be reviewed by supervisors. And the time implemented would be to have our officers in training. Ms. Bradley would conduct the search. The search is on my mind here, folks. The training for our officers.
Let's walk through this one while we've got this screen. You want to make sure we understand it. Walk through exactly what would happen in the event of a traffic stop, sir, under this policy.
All right.
What happens now? What would happen under this proposal?
Under this proposal, I stop you.
Mm-hmm.
I write you a ticket. The law says right now, you got a mere hunch. I can legally ask you. It takes 3 articulate reasons for reasonable suspicion.
You could ask me for a search of
Right.
voluntary consent.
Right now as it is, asking for search.
Right.
Okay, here's your ticket. Do you have any illegal contraband in your vehicle, yes or no?
Right.
Okay. What we're proposing is this. One articulate fact. Like I said, it takes about 3 to make up probable cause. for our officers to articulate and document one fact which would lead them to think there might be something illegal in that
Chief,
vehicle.
what about stepping back to the mic?
No, I'm sorry. Oh, okay?
So they would articulate to the driver one particular,
Well, they have to articulate to the driver and articulate on paper why they're doing it.
so on paper, they would write down the one reason, and would that be tracked and reported on?
Yes. And we would need time. We've got to develop the training, give the officers the training, and get it implemented department-wide. This thing here keeps locking up. And one of the things I wanted to show up there because it's important. This is our oath of office. This is something that we do, we swear to, we swear on a Bible, we swear to God, that we will be alert and vigilant to enforce the criminal laws of this state. We will not be influenced in any manner on amount of personal bias or prejudice, and that we will faithfully and impartially execute the duties of our office as a law enforcement officer according to our skills, best of our skills, ability, and judgment, so help me God. So, in closing, our success in crime reduction is due to a large part of our community wellness plan, which, as you all know, is a well-rounded community policing initiative based on the four guiding principles of intelligence-led policing, operational efficiency, crime prevention, and community partnerships. Just to give you an idea how far we've come as a department in a city, since 1992, our crime index rate, Part 1 crimes, is down 51.4%. Our property crime index rate is down 47%, and our violent crime index rate is down 74.8%. Since our last largest annexation, our Phase 5 annexation, Part 1 crimes are down 21.5%, property crime is down 20.6%, and violent crime is down 30.6%. And in addition, we've had a 22% reduction in traffic fatalities. This policy change we've suggested was not taken lightly. We met a lot, we discussed a lot of things, we looked at various things, we checked with many, many agencies. And this is a major shift that's not required by law. However, we do understand and appreciate the concerns of our community and agree that a mere hunch could give the perception of bias-based policing. As a result, we believe that it is the best interest of the community to implement this change. And we do hope that some of these initiatives, especially what I'm referring to on study circles, is taken into effect, because there's a lot of things that need to be fixed. Questions?
Well, thank you for your presentation, sir. We do have some questions. Mr. Massey and then Mr. Chris.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chris?
Chief,
Sir?
briefly, explain to us what might be accomplished and how study circles would function.
Well, you know, one of the things that worked for this community was the issue of race. Well, we preach education, dialogue in this community. Well, here's an example. We brought it in the Department of Justice for training. I made it mandatory for all the cops to go. Everyone on that police department went to that training. And we also had enough slots for the community. Not a lot of folks showed up. After the first session, TV cameras, the news media were there. You know, they had their pictures. A couple things were said. Maybe rubbed some people the wrong way. Now, I know the mayor and Mr. Massey were at the second session, along with Chief Candidate, Captain Kelly, and others. And when we were going through that training session, it didn't take me long to figure out based on the media representation of what went on and some things that were said and things that were said by officers, that our folks weren't participating maybe the way I felt they should be participating. And I think, Mayor, Mr. Massey, you could agree that that got handled, shall we say, expediently, because I let them know exactly how I felt. And, you know, when I hear things like, gee, this person running for office is not black enough, I got to be honest with you, Mr. Crisp. I don't know what it's like to be a black man. I don't know what it's like to be a black person. But I got to ask, what the heck does that mean? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't think that it's right that this kind of stuff goes on. I never said that we were going to be soft on crime. But what it does is it gets the community together. Maybe when we offer things like Citizens Academy for the police department and the citizens, this is a way of bringing more people in to get an education on what we do, why we do it, and the laws that we do, and carry it on from there. I've already talked to Ron McElrath and Michael Hines and a couple other folks that were very receptive to the idea.
With the study circle, are we talking about a group or groups, including your officers and staff, as well as citizens in the community?
Yeah, my folks would be on board with it.
Yeah.
This group of folks here is not like in years past. Because I think 11 or 12 years ago, there was only 2 of us from the police department that participated in them. It's not like that now. Not like that now. They'll be on board. You've got men and women on this police department that when we come up with ideas, and we know that the way the money situation is, people don't want to, have their taxes raised or anything like that. And we're very well aware and well versed of what's going on with state budgets and front-end prevention programs being cut, education being slashed. I'm not interested in what's happening to law enforcement. We're asking for volunteers, and these folks are standing up volunteering on their own time. That's why we got 47 cops volunteering to be adopted cops in 39 schools. That's why we go from coaching 1 baseball team on Badges for Baseball to 5, and there's a bunch of other folks coaching soccer, basketball, football. That's the heart of community policing. Not because you're getting paid to do it, because you want to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Moan.
Chief, could you back up, I want to say about 5 slides to where it said total weapons seized? I think it's like 5 or 6 slides backwards. And there was a total of... let's see, where we at? I think we were just One
there.
more.
There we go.
Okay. Now, when down under the consent search were 24, that's roughly 1/5 of the 125.
Mm-hmm.
And are those illegal weapons? Because, like, say I have a concealed carry permit, and an officer may initially seize the weapon, see I have a permit. These are confiscated. These are illegal based that the person's not authorized to have them. So through consent searches in 7 months, 1/5 of the weapons were from consent searches. Okay. Thank you.
Chief, I had a couple of questions I wanted to ask just to try to understand this a little better. We made reference to 1999, I think you said, when up until that point we had evidently used a consent form for traffic stops, for voluntary consents, and then when we started the SBI reporting, that was discontinued.
Yeah, because one of the things they have on that form, and I didn't bring a copy of it with me, was a block to check the mark on searches of vehicle. One of the things on there was consent.
But I guess I'm putting myself in the position of the person that was stopped. Before 1999, that person was asked to confirm by a written form that they had agreed to a stop. The fact that we started reporting that to the SBI, why did that person's experience change? Why were they why was it decided, well, all of a sudden, that person's not going to be given the opportunity to sign a consent form? I don't really understand that connection. I mean, I know the report started, and I know from the big picture, I guess you were able to track
Well,
it. From the individual picture, why did that? I don't
That,
see the connection.
besides the traffic stop report, and Patricia, correct me if I'm wrong, case law as well that has progressed over the years?
It's both case law. The case law pretty much remains the same, that, written consent is not required.
But that didn't change in 1999, I don't think.
1999, what changed the traffic stop report form.
Right.
Which pretty much made it obsolete for us to use that written report form.
Well, I don't want to just push on that, but I'm a little bit, I understand that you did that and you opted at the police department at that time to make that change.
Well,
But
back
I don't
then,
understand
too,
that, the
back-
fact that you're going to report it to the state, why did that change what we had done where the rubber meets the road and our relationship with the person that was being stopped? I don't understand that connection.
So back in 1999, it was an option.
Optional.
It was not mandatory. The reason we stopped it was because we met several challenges in court. We lost some suppression hearings because they turned it against us. And so when the traffic stop report started to come out, we just did away with it. And we still kept the forms for the home searches. Under the Fourth Amendment, you have a higher expectation of right of privacy in your home.
Than an automobile?
There's a lesser expectation in an automobile. You're on a public street, you're in a car. It's not a right to drive, it's a privilege.
All right, I just had a couple of, one thing you talked about on the consent, again, just trying to understand that. Do you believe that if a consent form was used that we would not have, would that preclude you from doing a consent search? Tie those two together for me.
If the policy was mandatory consent forms or you don't search, yeah, it would.
And that's because what would happen, you would, once the person saw the form, they would say no?
Yeah. Let's say I pull over Miss Applewhite. Let's just say.
Just as an
Shaking her
example.
head no over there.
She's in a high traffic area, though.
Yeah, she's got a little hot area over there, I think. But I asked, would you sign the form? No. Well, that's it.
There would be no need for a consent. Just go ahead and do the search. If you had reason to believe there were problems or whatever, the case might be. My primary concern is this: how much of a difference if you, let's see, you lower it down to one reason,
Well, okay.
and you search.
Okay.
How much of a difference would that make? Whether the person said yea or nay, only if the person, if there were no reasons except he just happened to be stopped.
Well, go ahead.
When we contacted the State Highway Patrol, information that was previously, I guess, put in the paper or put out was that the Highway Patrol required the written consent forms because they were under a consent decree. I contacted the Highway Patrol. Not only was that a fallacy, they're not under any consent decree, but their form does not mandate that they get a consensual search in writing. When I talked to the attorney for the State Highway Patrol, he stated to me that if they required that, it would reduce the number of consent searches that they would get tremendously, which is why they don't require it. Because if you ask someone for consent, which is completely legal, and they voluntarily consent, that's okay. But once you ask them to put it in writing, sometimes that quells or stops the search. Because they feel that by putting it in writing, then that just, I guess, would be an extra measure that they don't feel comfortable.
Do you have everything else, Mr. Massey?
I have quite a few things, but I'm gonna wait.
All right, Mr. Bate? Sorry.
In regards to the last question that you asked about the TSR in 1999, the TSR.
I'm sorry, what is a
as
TSR?
Traffic stop report.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
That form is a data compilation. Previously, that written consent form that we used, compile those and save those. By stopping the use of that form, the TSR, which is now in place, tracks every consent search that we did. So we no longer needed that written form to track it because we now have the TSR to track it.
If your only goal was to track, I can certainly appreciate that. Mr. Bates, do you have? Right.
Chief, who is the overall police department's watchdog? You know, like the SBI or the Attorney General? Who is the overall, not just for you, but for all the police departments? You got to have a watchdog out there, SBI or Attorney General Cooper, or I mean, who?
Well, I think we got a lot of watchdogs.
Well, I mean officially the watchdog. Is it SBI?
Well, that starts out at the Department of Justice and just works its way down to all the various levels of the state.
Okay.
I mean, it starts up there in Washington through the Department of Justice and then just filters on down.
Okay. Thank you. And then, question here. Just say if I get pulled over because I didn't use my turn signal, and do y'all run your plates before you get out to see who's in the car? And then
Good
what?
point. I can guarantee you something right now. You stopped at a traffic light. You're stopped in traffic somewhere. These folks are running plates.
Okay. Now, when they run that plate, does only your driver's license come up, or does your criminal history or non-criminal? What comes up when they do that?
All right, let me pick an officer here. Now, let's get one of these. Dan Belden.
Chief, with the older DCI system we were using, if you ran a tag, you got just the vehicle information back. With the new system that we're using now, you get driver information back as well. It'll also tell you whether the tags are revoked, insurance is out, inspection's out, license is valid or not.
Okay. Now, what about criminal history? You know, just say if for example, it doesn't have that come up. Okay. All right. Thank you.
But the point is, we give them the computers in the car. They do the reports on the computers. They do citations on the computer. How far are we off to having it where they're touching a button, doing their own crime mapping on computer?
Within the next 6 months, we should have a rollout, yeah.
Within 6 months, each and every officer coming on can do their own crime mapping,
Okay.
just at the touch of the button. But the point is, it's not illegal to run tags.
No, and that's what I was trying to get to. Trying to figure out is if you run the tag and it comes up that I've been arrested for drugs or breaking
No.
and entering or
But you'd be
anything like
surprised
that.
how many people, and that's why we talked about some of these things in the very beginning. You got a lot of unlicensed drivers. You got a lot of vehicles that don't even have insurance riding around this community. You got a lot, when these guys and gals are running tags, they come back with pick up the plates from DMV. So that's what we do.
I appreciate it. I'm just trying to figure out what was coming up. If, you know, my criminal history came up with that, but if it doesn't come up, that just nulls the thing out. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bates. Ms. Applewhite?
Thank you, Chief. Perhaps we can switch gears a little bit. Throughout this dialogue, there's been some statements indicating that there may be 1, 2, 3, or 4 police officers on the force that are causing the numbers to be skewed. A lot of the stops are being made by very few officers. I didn't read the whole thing this morning, but I think there was even something in the newspaper about it today. So can you please speak to that, if there's any truth to it, if any officers have left the force because they have been found or assumed
There's officers that left this force under investigation for violation of rules, things like lying, some other things that they knew, I think, down the road what was going to happen to them. So they took off while the getting was good. There's been no officers that left the department because of racial profile.
Are there any officers still? I know that we've discussed this, and each of our officers have like a code, and so like their real,
Well,
their names
and
are
I'm
not
familiar. I'm
identified.
familiar. I saw briefly something about an officer today. But one of the things that that officer made 117 arrests. It was cited. Forget what the amount was. That was African American or white. But looking at that data, 57 of those arrests were for failing to appear, probation violations, running warrants, things like that, orders from the court. So I guess the quandary is that if you were to run my name and I had a failing to appear warrant out on me, what are you going to do as a police officer? You going to turn and walk and go the other way? No, you got to do what you got to do. That was something that wasn't mentioned. We've had some inquiries about certain officers. Yes, we have. Some of those officers work predominantly African American areas, and then some of those officers happen to be African American. So I think maybe that's where the comment about me giving people the poison Kool-Aid might have come in. I don't know.
I'm just trying to get to the fact whether or not there's officers on the force right now that
Well,
had.
that was said at our very first training. An individual made the statement that there's 5 or 10 crooked cops on the police department, and there was a conversation between that person saying that and one of our commanders. Provide us the names.
A quick question to Mr. Iman. We probably discussed this, but I can't recall. I think there's like $400,000 needed to totally outfit our police cars with cameras, absent of any our hope for grants. Had we discussed how quickly we can get that money to outfit all of our police cars?
Just to review, since January of 2011, we've either installed or provided funding to install 120 new camera units into the cruisers. At the current rate of installation, if we had them on hand, we wouldn't be putting them into the cars. So we have discussed it in that way. The chief talked earlier about a $150,000 grant opportunity that we've been pursuing and looks somewhat favorable, and then another $50,000 opportunity. We need something like an additional $130,000 that would equip all the police cruisers with the cameras. But if we had them in-house today, we wouldn't be able to put them in immediately. So that's why we're phasing them in. Also, we made the commitment, we've always had the commitment that when we purchase new cruisers, they are installed, they come equipped with the cameras. So we have new units purchased every year that will bring that number up as well.
So we're still like a year or two out, possibly?
Yeah, we made major inroads, but we're not fully equipped with the cameras at this time.
One more quick question, either to Ms. Bradley or Ms. McDonald. In the event that, whenever our cars are completely equipped or the cars that are equipped, is it possible for the request for a consent search versus being written, that it could be conducted on camera? And if that is so, is that process admissible in court?
Absolutely. It would be admissible in court because when the consent search goes to court, the only showing that we are required to do is show that that consent was voluntary. So that recording would definitely be admissible as a showing of voluntariness.
How long is the retention period when we pull those tapes off of our cars? How long do we keep those things?
If it's going to be an identified case where we have any allegation, then we will not destroy that video at all. It's going to be held indefinitely until the allegation goes away or until the matter goes to trial. The record retention policy, we will revamp our video recording policy, and I think last time we looked at it, we said we would keep those videos for at least 2 years. But then again, if an issue is identified, you won't be arrested at all.
And the storage on these is not as,
It's a lot cheaper than it used to be.
well, with the cameras, these are discs, so
Chief, can
yeah,
you
we
hear,
could
follow-
adjust that.
can you hear, with the camera, and you've got an officer up beside the car with the driver, can you hear their dialogue with our systems? You can hear everything
Yes.
they say? Pretty
Yes.
clear?
Yes, and that's why, if you recall, back a number of months ago, when I informed you folks that the systems that we're using went belly up, that's why we were really scrambling, working hard on going out
You had also
researches
mentioned
and
some
purchasing.
lapel cameras or things, so I wasn't sure if the ones in the cars that we are getting, you could pick
Yeah.
up the audio. You can. You can.
Yeah.
pick it-
Yep, the minute those lights go on, everything gets activated and it pulls up 30 seconds before.
And just while we're on that, and I'll get to you, Mr. Davis, I just want to follow up on this one subject while we're on it. Dale, if we had the money, let's just say that someone laid $150,000 on our desk, and we were very motivated to get the cameras in as many cars as possible, as quickly as possible, would that still take a year and a half?
No, it wouldn't take a year and a half. There was a problem that we were encountering. We solved that problem now, and we're on a much more robust schedule of installing the cameras. But that just occurred within the past month, the fix. It does take some time to order and get the equipment on board, but it would not take anywhere near a year and a half.
Ms. Davy?
Okay, I have a couple of questions here. In regards to prior to 1999, I'm just trying to wrap this all up here about providing the driver the informed consent to search. And, you know, as I think about smart policing and I think about, as we stated, probable cause, if this is something that we were doing prior to 1999 and it didn't cause any harm to our public safety because that's what we were doing prior. And I understand that I'm hearing a lot of people saying that it's not mandatory. I understand it's not mandatory, but I feel that when you're talking about informed consent, you're informing who you're pulling over, why they're being pulled over. You're informing them their rights at the scene prior to, you know, what may happen.
No, we're not informing them of their rights.
Well, you're informing them that they have the voluntary right to either consent or not to consent. Okay, let me rephrase myself. My apologies. If we enact a consent form and somebody is pulled over and you ask them, we haven't talked about the verbiage or anything like that, but they are asked, you have, however you want to say it, the right to for us to search your vehicle, yes or no. We don't have that right now, but my question to you is prior to 1999 and that somebody had to sign a consent form. And I'm feeling that there's some headache about going back to what we did prior to 1999 because you're saying one of the officers were saying in court it's not held up in court. I just want to get that conversation. There was an officer that said that if they sign that consent form, if you can explain that again.
Back in that time, we lost several, they were high-profile seizure cases that involved a lot of cash, and what they did is they said that what we did is we tricked the person into signing the form, and what we ended up doing, we spent more time in court defending how we presented the form. Did we actually show them the form, or did we just tell them to sign it, and it becomes such a hassle? And again, your expectation of privacy is higher in a home, it's not in a car. And we did away with it because, again, by the law, we do not need to get written consent to search.
Yes, and I understand that's the law, but I don't understand how that would be held up in court if by somebody sign it versus a verbal or no one not having any record of it.
There's recent case law where the Highway Patrol, again, has just lost a case like that where they tried to get consent search and the evidence was thrown out in the appellate court.
Ms. Davy, you'll have issues where The defendant may say that they were unable to read the form, they couldn't read, so illiterate defendants. Non-English speaking defendants saying they didn't understand the English, they didn't understand what the form meant, that they felt that they had to sign the forms. Now, keep in mind that the issue of driving while black is not a new phenomenon. It's not a new claim. This claim existed long before 2011. So back in the 1999s, when this form was being used, these same claims were being made then. And those same forms were challenged in court, and motions were made to suppress the evidence as a result of those same forms that we're being asked to use today.
So you feel that it was less challenged with the forms versus no forms, or?
We've
had no challenges in Superior Court or District Court on motion to suppress under a consent, where there's no right.
Yeah.
We've had no motion to suppress. If there's issues, then that's the place to start, is in the court system, and the attorneys need to file a motion to suppress and let the judges hear it.
Well,
You've heard in the news that there was a recent case where evidence was suppressed. It didn't have anything to do with a consent search. It was a probable cause search. So there was no consent asked to search that particular and you heard evidence that it had to do something with the driver's race. We had representatives from the city attorney's office in court that day. The judge said nothing with regards to bias policing or race having an impact in that search that was conducted.
okay. Now back to the chief. If we're able to, thank you for that information. If we're able to install enough cameras in all the vehicles prior to that installation, would it be something that the force would be interested in doing, the informed consent form, prior to us installing all the cameras in all the vehicles?
No, I think what we're talking about here is we're going a step beyond. We're looking for someone to articulate for reasonable suspicion. We've got $400,000 we got to make up. We know we got 50 coming in. We know we got a JAG grant, a burn grant. We just don't know the amount. So hopefully we're halfway there that we need to be. And Chief Bryan, you wanted to say something.
Just to address something that Councilperson Davis said, you mentioned when we pull people over to do a consent search. I want to be perfectly clear that we don't pull people over to do a consent search. We pull people over, whether it's for a traffic violation, we have to have a reason to pull people over. In that process, that consent search does not even come in until the conclusion of the traffic stop, when the driver's license and the registration has been handed back to that driver, and at that point, that driver is free to go. That's when we ask for consent. It's not during that traffic stop. We don't hold them hostage to do a consent search on their cars. So I think it's really important that you understand that, because the acknowledgement of handing that information back to them is that we have completed what that action is, and oh, by the way, do you have any drugs or weapons or guns in your vehicle? Do you have any contraband? Consent is literally that. It is just asking, can we do it?
So would that be something that your force would be interested prior to the installation of all the cameras in the car, having an informed consent form before those cameras are put in the vehicle? Is that something that the force would be willing to do prior to the cameras being in all the vehicles?
No. No, I don't think at this point in time. We're looking to articulate. Bump it up from a mere hunch to reasonable suspicion. Okay? Like Chief Bryan just said, we're not pulling over people just to do searches. Okay? There's a lot of traffic violations going on. There's a lot of things going on out there. We'd be the only police department in the state of North Carolina required to do it. And here's something else. Those forms in '99, we had them for our own records. They come out with the state with the traffic stop report. We said, okay, they got all this kind of stuff on there. We'll do away with this. We use the state forms. We're self-reporting. We're self-reporting to the state of North Carolina. We're not hiding our numbers. We're self-reporting our numbers. And we do that for a reason. One, because, well, it's the right thing to do. Two, if we don't, any kind of traffic grants, things like that, we're not eligible for. And we have nothing to hide.
We have some other questions. Did you have
Yes,
any?
Just one last question, just back to what you said, Chief. So, and back to what Chief Bryant said. So if you have that probable cause while you're requesting to search the person's vehicle because you have the probable cause, again,
But if we have probable cause, ma'am, we're not asking for consent to search.
Yes, exactly. But my question to you is, if, as you said, that the force is not trying to hide anything, we report everything publicly. So I guess my question is, why is there a problem to inform the person that's being pulled over their rights? I'm just trying to understand why that is a hard problem to inform, to have an informed consent.
Well, it's not informing them of their rights. I mean, it's a yes or no question. We don't have to inform them of their rights when we ask them that. Just like if I was to arrest you, okay? Let's say, I don't know, a break-in of a car. I see you break into the car, go on over, boom, you broke into that car, you're under arrest. Put the handcuffs on you. As long as I'm not asking you questions, I don't have to read you your rights. You're under arrest. Now, if you sit there and you say, well, I broke into 5 cars around the corner, guess what? Never asked you nothing. We're good. You're getting charged with all 6 of them. Just saying.
Mr. Art?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, first, thank you for the presentation. I would ask the question, the ArcGIS program that you use is a very powerful tool. As we go forward from this day forward and we make application of consent searches, would you be amenable to making that one of the data points that you enter and track? So just like tonight, when you can show us a B&E in a neighborhood, it would be nice to be able to see where consent searches were, application was made. You can do that, right?
The way our records management system is set up, it has different modules. Within the racial profiling module, we enter the state's form, the state's data for traffic stop reports. That form does not merge with the traffic citation module. And it's because of that state form, and like Chief Bergemeyer said, we met with Representative Floyd, and he was working on trying to get that state form changed. Unless that form captures a location, we cannot connect the two in the system and plot it on a map.
Okay, well, my question, officer, is who is entering the data and where is the data being retained?
Who's entering the traffic stop reports?
Yeah.
Our central records.
And you don't have the capability to modify your database to make that application?
It's a separate module that you're.
I'm familiar with ArcGIS. That's why I'm asking the question.
ArcGIS extracts the data from our records management.
That's right. That's right. So my question is, if you're capturing the data, ArcGIS can be modified to pull that data and depict it in a geospatial representation. Is that not correct?
To my knowledge, it can't do that.
But there's no location
of the traffic stop. Yeah, there's no location.
That was one of the purposes of Representative Floyd's meeting, to get the specific location entered in the form.
So once
The state of North
updates
Carolina
their
said,
form-
the state of North Carolina said, or folks up there, someone said up there, it's gonna cost $5 million. And don't look for it to happen anytime soon.
Well, aren't we, well, let me just ask this question. Even the proposed policy amendment you said tonight, you're going to start articulating one reasonable factor for that consent request. So somewhere along the line, someone's going to be keeping up that there was one reasonable factor identified in the 2,700 searches that were done. So we know that universe of people that are being searched and a consent search. You're going to articulate the one reasonable factor. So somewhere, that's just a manageable database. Even if we have to do it caveman style, we will know where those are happening, won't we? You can't track it on one hand and then say, well, but, oh, by the way, I can't track it on the other way. You're going to track them to know the reason you're stopping. You're asking for the consent search.
Yeah,
You
well,
offered
that would be, Brad, and correct me if I'm wrong, or you got anybody here from records and creating a database for that?
Yes, sir. With our records management system, we should be able to capture that data probably in the notes field, which will then correspond to the actual citation, and another unit or our unit would be able to have that.
So we will be able to in the future track.
We just gotta find the proper hookup off the officer note copy with the new system we got to create that database, is what I'm hearing. Right, Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You know, it just seems to me that this is such an important point. I don't want to gloss over that. If we had that information today, we very well might not even be meeting tonight, because we would understand perhaps that so many of those are happening in the hot spots. But because we don't have the information to really fully understand it, everyone's speculating, and people are kind of believing what they want to believe. So that'd be a valuable addition.
That's where I wanted to get to, Mr. Mayor, because as I've listened to the discussion tonight from the chief and from our subject matter experts and other council members, what I hear, there's two problems here. And the first problem is crime. We got an issue with crime that we're trying to get under control in the city. And then the second problem is a perception of inappropriate searches being conducted by our police force. And so what we want to accomplish is some kind of means or metric that we can measure and identify if we have that occurring. And so, I very much like the idea of the onboard cameras and the ability to capture through video and audio what is said every time an officer makes a stop. Because I'm going to tell you, from my perspective, I think we have one of the best police forces around. And I'm very pleased with the effort they're making on behalf of every citizen in this city. However, that doesn't mean that we don't have a bad police officer. And accountability is key to everything, whether it's in business, whether it's in government, whether it's in police forces. And so having the cameras, the onboard camera, having the onboard audio, the real issue that we want to do is identify bad police officers and get them out of the force. I think that's what we would all really be in agreement about tonight.
Okay, is that it, Mr. Massey? And then Ms. Apple.
Okay, first of all, Mr. Bergerman, Chief Bergerman, I want to thank you for that very thorough, complete report. And I really appreciate hearing the oath that each officer takes. And just like you had something on your mind, I got something on mine. And I'm just take a minute to share it and get right back to the issue. The bottom line is this. We as a council are the only voice that the citizens have to talk to about what their perceptions of the force. I realize that the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies did not have to accredit us, but because we have done a job in a very professional, I agree with Mr. Art, in a very professional manner, we were accredited. My first question is, would this change that you recommended this evening have any impact at all on accreditation?
Would it have any change on it? No,
Would it
we
have
would just
any
have to
impact
create,
on-
we would have to create policies and conduct the training to
Right.
make sure the people were doing it
That
right.
is implemented across the board.
Then we
in
would
the same
check with
way.
our accreditation standards to make sure that those standards are met with the policy.
The one thing that I have found, and I'm going to say this, the last time we had a quote room full, dealing with a room full of citizens, dealing with police issues, was a time frame in which another whole set of events or occurrences were on the table. We no longer had a civil service commission, so the only voice the citizens had, besides talking to your internal forces or internal investigators, was talking to their council. We are on the same team. The same folks that you're trying to serve and protect, so is this council. That's the key. So in that context, this is not adversarial. This is how do we best sit down, find a way to deal with the perceptions, whether they be real or whether they not be real, of racial profiling. Now, I'm not here to say, I do know that racism is alive and well in America, but I'm not blaming you for that.
Well, thank you for that
You're welcome.
one.
But the bottom line, and getting back to Mr. Crisp's question, the whole idea behind the study circles was to bring all the stakeholders to the table, sit down, discuss the pros and cons, and find the best way for the citizens to understand what the police are dealing with, and for the police to understand what the citizens are dealing with, and we all walk away winners. That was one of the things that brought us to 2001 in Atlanta. The process still hadn't changed. We might have gotten away from the process, but bottom line, folks, we need to find common ground, because there is a perception that racial profiling is going on. You saying that the statistical information, and I agree with you in this context, does not substantiate all of that. Because I cannot read into the hearts and minds of a person as they write a citation. Wish I could. But until as we find somebody who I said goes out of their way to find certain folks to target, then we might have a problem. But as Mr. Arper said, we got to find a way to identify those things. So if it means us going back to the drawing boards, getting a new computer program, we need to do something to build trust between the citizens in this community and the police department that are sworn to protect and serve.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Applewhite.
Chief, earlier you mentioned a process that officers would identify one articulable reason for the stop, and that would be documented. Can you tell me what that would be documented on? What would that be documented on?
That's the module Lieutenant Sparks was talking about. Would have to come off the traffic citation, and you really get into technical IT stuff that I use a lot of idiot icons on the computer. That would have to be taken off the traffic citations, off the notes, and then into another database system would have to be created, and we would just have to find a way, I think, of doing that.
And that's, in your judgment, that's doable. I guess since you offered it,
Sherry?
that's something that you all can make happen. I'm going to.
Yeah, just to reconfirm with that again.
Ma'am, we would have to contact OSSI and work with them. As far as I know, it hasn't been done. Also, the traffic stop, correction, the traffic citation, the version we use is the electronic e-citation, which is a state form, and we've been working with them to have them merge it within our records management system. So we have a state form, and we have our form that we bought from the manufacturer. We just have to be able to have them talk to each other and have that data merged.
Okay.
That will take a little bit of time. I don't know how long, but we would have to meet with the manufacturer to find out how doable it is and what type of time frame we would be able to.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this again. Since this was a recommendation, we can move with the assumption that it can be done. Yes or no? Since we.
Just listen to that, I would say yes, and we could really try hard to get it done expediently.
Okay, not necessarily expediently, but reasonably, and have it done right. And so at this point, if I could, perhaps, we're looking for a compromise here, as Councilmember Massey said, that we're going to have to find some common ground here. There's been a couple things discussed tonight, so just for consideration of the council, I'd like to put out 4 items that combined together may be a solution for us as we move forward. If we can first start off with what I just asked Chief, when the officers document their ticket, that one articulable reason for the stop, at least one, because I think you said 3 is probable cause. For the search, I'm sorry, for the search, at least one articulable reason for the search, because 3 falls into the probable cause category. So if we are able to document that one reasonable search, if we are also able to track that information in a database where that search occurred and have that available in a database. That's two things. The third thing, if we move forward as expeditiously as possible with the purchase of the additional cameras, I know we've talked about grants, and Mayor, Council, perhaps there's some money from those gaming things that might fall out that we could use, the internet gaming that would allow us to move forward a lot quicker. And last but perhaps even the most important is to work with Ron McElrath and our human resources in implementing study circles to the community, because I think any solution that we come up with has to build that trust between the citizens and the police department. So I'll put those four things on the table. I don't know if we're really like voting or anything like that, but I would offer that combined solution to move this forward.
More questions, and then we'll come back to that. I think Mr. Hare and then Mr. Moan.
As we, and thanks, Chief. And I've learned a lot tonight from all of the officers that we've been speaking. As we look, as Councilmember Applewhite was talking about common ground, and I still like the concept of the consent form, because that was something that kind of got this whole thing rolling the last few weeks or month. Is it out of place to also add as a common ground, at least just for conversation, that we look at possibly doing the form until we get all of our vehicles operated with the cameras and the mics, and to even speed that up even faster, is it possibly of us possibly getting that funding out of our fund balance and go ahead and just getting all of the vehicles wired up and cambered up, just for conversation.
Well, if I can respond to that. What DJ
Well, the
said.
second one, you probably can. I think the first one, he asked the chief specifically, I think the same thing Ms. David asked. In the interim, would the chief consider a written form? Is that what you're asking? Did you want to speak to that, Chief?
Yeah, I believe, we're going to create a form to do away with a form in a couple of months that we're already doing a form on. Got a lot of form writing and creation going on.
Let's see.
I think the solution, when we go with the articulate facts, we get these things up and running, we tie everything on in, then I think we've added in some checks and balances like the council suggested, and we're not really taking away a kind of important investigative tool that takes a lot of guns and dope off the street. Just saying. It's 24 guns taken off of consent searches. When guns get shot, bullets land, we don't know where they're landing.
Mr. Hyman, did you have something, sir?
Couple points. The first is with respect to some funding. I'm currently working on the designation process that we go through annually, and we could probably propose next Monday for the agenda additional funding for cameras. I would recommend probably $200,000, given the fact that we have a good opportunity to get the grants in the near future, which would give us the total amount then needed to equip all cars with cameras. They're $6,000 each, and $6,000 each.
So we could do that Monday?
It's about $380,000. I could do $200,000 Monday or more if the council deems that appropriate. Second issue with respect to Mr. Hare's suggestion, we could not take and change a policy overnight. All 383 sworn officers of the department will have to receive training. Keep in mind that consent searches sometimes end up in court. There's those issues that we have to talk about, how how the policy is going to be implemented, and the officers need to be trained. I'm told that now that the earliest we could probably do the training is in the November cycle, and I believe Patricia probably can tell us the length of time necessary to train all officers, but I believe it's about 3-month period.
You're correct.
That's correct information she indicated.
Is that it, sir? I guess it is. Mr. Moan?
Oh, again, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. And I know we're winding down, and just want to confirm in my head some of the statistics you put out on your slides, where for the first 7 months, January through July, there were 33,954 total traffic stops. I'm right off the slides here.
Okay.
Of those, there were several searches, but of the 33,954, there were 890 consent searches. The rest were all either probable cause, protective frisk.
Right.
So we're looking at out of almost 34,000 total traffic stops, just over 2.5% are consent searches, and of those, you're taking about 1/5 of the weapons out of all searches off the streets.
Right.
Okay, and I think it's been discussed. Just to maybe Attorney Bradley can confirm, there is no Fourth Amendment violation if it's voluntary consent search. If an officer asks, they're not coerced. The person who stopped, it is free and voluntary. Yes, you can search me. There is no Fourth Amendment violation.
There is no Fourth Amendment violation, and that's been since the 1973
Mm-hmm.
Supreme Court case.
Okay. Right, and also, based on what I heard tonight, it is not the officer's, constitutional duty to teach me I have the right to say you can't search me, on a consent search.
No.
I should learn that in school or something, not from a police officer. Is that kind of how that goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is 34,000 traffic stops, 890 total consent searches, and we might be risking or jeopardizing a very effective investigative tool away from our officers, which could impact negatively on the overall safety of our community. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. What you want to
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to, okay.
Chief, I saw the 24 weapons seized from consent searches. Somebody said yes to those searches, is that right?
Yes.
I'm having a problem understanding if they said yes verbally, why they can't say yes in writing.
Hello.
I hear you. And I want the weapons off the street and the bad guys in jail. But 24 weapons seized based on consent searches. And they said yes to the search, and that's why you did it. I thought I heard you say earlier that if they have to sign a form, and I'm not sure they need to sign the form. I think the officer needs to sign saying, I asked them, can I search? And would how that's going to make a difference, I don't know. I don't.
I think that's kind of a legal question from what I'm hearing here is the officer signed a consent form?
Well, the form as it, I guess previously existed, it had both the officer's signature and the driver's signature, but what you're asking is a psychological question. You can't get into the psyche of the driver to say why they would or why they would not. Just like you can't understand why the people who consented to a search and had weapons and drugs in their car, why they said yes.
Yeah, but
No, I think you're asking, have the officer signed the form only? Is that what I heard?
What's wrong with that? If he's
No, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that's what I heard.
asked him, and the guy either said yes or he said no. But we
That
have
the
a record
officer
of it.
signed, in other words, I pull you over, may I search your car? You say yes. I fill out a form saying I stopped Patricia Bradley, such and such time. She consented to search and I signed the form.
That's a possibility.
That's essentially on the traffic, and I don't have a copy of the traffic stop report form, but the traffic stop report form has blocks on it, and it may have a block that says, search conducted, yes or no. Yes. Was the search a probable cause search, a consent search? What type of search was it? The officer would then check consent.
But here's where I'm. 24. Somebody said yes, that resulted in 24 weapons being seized, confiscated, taken out of action off the streets. What if they had said no to the consent search?
If there was no probable cause, that officer has to let them go. If they did not have probable cause, you cannot search someone absent probable cause or consent. Those are the two times you can search someone, and that's it.
But they said no, and I smell marijuana in the car.
It's probable cause.
I'll find a way.
You searched it. Case closed.
Okay, let's kind of bring this back together here.
All right, thank you. Well, I understand, but the whole point, and we got to move on because it's lunchtime somewhere in the world. But I'm just having a problem understanding 24 yeses, or a number of yeses that resulted in 24 weapons being taken off the street, and how a form would stop that process. I don't get it.
Well, when the form comes into play, sir, is when it gets to court, and that same person who will have it on video recording or will tell the officer, yes, you can search my vehicle. Now, do they think that they have it well hidden so that the officer won't see it? But then that item is seized. But when it gets to court, no, I didn't understand what they meant.
Okay.
Well, they can say that now with the verbal thing. I didn't understand what the officer was saying. The action, though, is that we've got to find $400,000. Thank you.
Ms. Bradley, you did mention one thing, though, that intrigued my interest. You just said on the citations we have, there is a block now that you can check that there's a consent search. All right, so, and can I speak? Let me interject one little thing there. I know you're an attorney paid by the hour, but let me just interject one. So we are able to track on the forms that we even currently have, there is a block that checks if there's a consent search done. So it does seem like the information perhaps is being recorded, so we just wanted to track that. Okay. We had one more person, Mr. Arp, and I think we're going to wrap this up.
Okay, very, very quickly. I liked your suggestion, Val, the 5 things. I would add one, though. I think we need to have a definable timeline for, implementing this change. Going through your 4 steps, getting the cameras on board, and I think, Chief, if you're amenable to that, that's what we need to do.
And I think we just got to get together with these programmers, these IT programmers from OSSI, and through Dale, give that time frame of what you're talking about in regards to Ms. Applewhite's suggestions.
Go ahead, Ms. Applewhite.
So if we could, perhaps tonight is not the appropriate place to vote. If council members would agree to move this to Monday night, have it on our agenda. This would give Chief Bergermine some extra time, days to square away the timeline. As you said, Councilmember Art. Yes, sir.
Can I summarize what you suggested, Val?
Yes, sir.
Everybody?
Yes, sir.
Val's suggestion was 1, articulable reason for the search. 2 was to track the location and the time of the search.
Yes, sir.
3 was to move forward with the camera purchases. And 4 was implementation of the study circles. And then the 5th item I added was a time frame defined for all implementation of these actions.
Exactly.
And we'll begin working on that time frame this evening so we can give some type of accurate time frame.
Okay, let's see if we can do the nod thing here with our lights. If you're interested in following that proposal, and nod with your light, please. And nod, Mr. Bates. Thank you, sir. Okay. Consider that a consensus nod, sir. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time tonight.
Thank
I think
you.
it was a healthy dialogue, and I've seen, so it's positive. We appreciate it.
Feet are tired.
Are we taking a break? Are we taking a break?
Okay, we're going to reconvene, and we'll move now very quickly to item 4.2, which is a compensation study update. Kuhns, good to have you with us, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. This is an informational update to present to you information about the comprehensive compensation and classification study that's underway. I want to welcome back again Elliot Sussels from Siegel, who you've met before. And Elliot's going to present to you some information and options around the market survey, and we appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, John. As you may recall, we commenced working with the city at the end of June of this year on the compensation and classification study. We're here tonight to provide you with an update on that. We will soon be conducting the total compensation study portion of that study. And that the goal of tonight's presentation is to seek any feedback that you may have in terms of the market study and our approach to doing that. Part of the study involves developing a custom survey document, a document that will be sent to the city's peer employers. And typically when we talk about peer employers, we're talking about the employers against which the city competes in the labor market for its talent. Those peer employers that we're considering for this study are public sector entities. They're those that have similar jobs to Fayetteville, that are comparable in terms of the size, service delivery, market conditions, and again represent this competitive marketplace. For this study, we've agreed as part of our proposal and agreement with the city to identify 10 peer employers, in addition to gathering private sector data using published survey sources. And so today's presentation is to provide an opportunity to identify what the most appropriate peer employers are for the compensation study. Now, in doing so, we can perhaps look at the options or the alternatives for inclusion of peer employers in this study based upon 4 categories. We call them 4 types, and this is really 4 types from a geographic perspective. The first type that we would consider are those public employers, again, of similar size, that are within commuting distance from Fayetteville. And the 2 that we propose in that bucket, in that geographic category, is the Fayetteville PWC as well as Cumberland County. The second category that we would consider are similarly sized North Carolina cities within a 100-mile radius of Fayetteville. And on the slide you can see that we've identified 6 such cities, including Raleigh, Durham, Cary, Greensboro, High Point, and Wilmington. The third category, and as we radiate further away from Fayetteville, those 2 large cities outside of that 100-mile radius include Charlotte and Winston-Salem. The fourth category would be southeastern cities located outside of North Carolina, again with a similar population, but recognizing the military presence that's here in Fayetteville, those cities that might be similar in size outside of the state that do have a military presence. And we've listed 7 possibilities here, including Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Chesapeake, Virginia, Columbus, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, Clarksville, Tennessee, and Jacksonville, Florida. So we have these kind of 4 geographic definitions of cities that we might want to consider in whole or in part, mixing them up as we will identify in the subsequent slides. If we look at, and we put forward for your consideration 3 possible options, and of course, you know, in our discussions, and we may find that you may have a 4th option or a 5th option, but we've kind of taken those 4 geographic types of segments of peer employers and put them into 4 options for consideration. Option 1 here includes the 2 local area jurisdictions, PWC and Cumberland County, as well as all other large cities in North Carolina. So in this option, we don't have this geographic boundary of 100 miles, inside 100 miles, outside 100 miles. We're simply taking the very local labor market of PWC and Cumberland County, which are large public sector employers, and adding to that all the other large cities in North Carolina. And you can see them listed here on the slide. We've also depicted them geographically for you here, just so you have a sense of population size. As you can see in the legend, we have coded the sizes in ranges between 100,000 and 200,000 population, 200,000 and 250,000, 250,000 and 300,000, and larger than 300,000. So the question is, if we look at this option, if we look at the option of including the 2 local area jurisdictions and the other 8 large North Carolina cities, what are the pros and cons of this option for consideration? Well, first of all, it includes the 2 primary local competitors for talent. It includes similarly sized cities in the state, and it includes entities that historically have been Fayetteville's labor market comparators. So those are the pluses, and I'm going to go through each one of these for you in terms of what we think are the pluses and minuses. On the negative side, if you will, it may include cities that are not appropriate peers for non-managerial jobs. Now remember, in this option, we're including all the large cities in North Carolina, including Charlotte, including Raleigh. It may very well be, and we'll talk about this as we go through some other options, that for non-managerial jobs, for basic, what we would call non-exempt jobs under the Fair Labor Standards Act, where people are in overtime by virtue of them working more than 40 hours a week, that labor market may be more contained, that it may not, in fact, you may not compete with Raleigh or Charlotte for those non-exempt jobs. The other negative of this approach is that it doesn't include cities outside of North Carolina with a significant military presence. To the extent that there is concern with competition because of the military bases here, one might consider whether this option is the appropriate one or not if, in fact, the city feels that it wants to or has the wherewithal or the interest in terms of competing with the federal market. So just to lay that out there. Before we go on to option 2, though, I think it's important to understand where the city's job applicants come from, because if we decide to slice and dice this data in a slightly different way to treat managerial jobs differently than non-managerial jobs, or what I call non-exempt jobs, we asked Human Resources to provide us with data with regard to job applications and where most of them come from, and then specifically with regard to managerial jobs, do those applications come from a different geographic segment? So in this slide, what you first see is that among the job applications received in the past year by the city, 89% of the people applying live in North Carolina. And then there's a smattering of folks from all parts of the country, quite frankly, not just the southeastern states, who have applied for jobs here. For managerial jobs, however, for those jobs that I would say are above the first-line supervisor, for people who are responsible for managing departments or major functions within the city, those applications tend to be more geographically dispersed. And we have, for an example here, of data that was collected for the recently filled CIO position. And interestingly, while 89% of all job applications overall come from folks who live in North Carolina, when we looked at that job, when the city looked at that managerial level job, 25% of the applications came in North Carolina, 25% came from southeastern states, 21% came from the Midwest, and as you can see, I don't need to keep reading this, that those applicants were from all over the country for this particular managerial job. This is the most recent data, or the most recent example of a high-level managerial job within the city that Human Resources was able to provide us with data for. And I think it was important to us because certainly I was interested in what that pool is in which the city competes for different levels of jobs. So if we keep this difference in mind in terms of the geography of where the city receives applications for jobs overall versus, at least in this example, if this example is representative of what it would be for lots of other management jobs, we see that there is a difference. And I ask you to keep this in mind because I think the subsequent options start perhaps to recognize this. In option 2, we now start to differentiate in the selection of peers between the managerial and the non-managerial jobs. In option 2, we've selected 6 peers for all jobs, both managerial and non-managerial. And they represent, obviously, the immediate labor market of PwC in Cumberland County, as well as similarly sized cities in North Carolina, again, within that, more closely aligned geographic area. For managerial jobs only, however, we suggest that we look at a little more geographically dispersed set of cities within North Carolina. So there, for those managerial jobs, we're suggesting that the labor market might include Charlotte, Raleigh, Winston-Salem, and Greensboro. Again, in this option, we are looking simply within the state. We're not expanding beyond that. And again, just graphically, this is what it would look like. The red dots are those cities that we would consider for just managerial jobs only. The blue dots would be all jobs, both managerial and non-managerial. If we look at the pros and cons for option 2, which is 6 peer employers, 6 entities for all jobs, and 4 for managerial jobs, all in North Carolina, we include, obviously, the 2 primary local competitors for talent, PwC and the county. We include similarly sized cities in the state. We include the entities that have historically been Fayetteville's labor market comparators, but we recognize a wider market range for what we call higher level jobs or managerial jobs. So we recognize, based upon the recruitment data, that in fact perhaps we should throw a wider net for those jobs. On the other side of the equation, however, some folks might say you're not using a consistent labor market to define all employees. That is true, but by definition, we're using an inconsistent labor market because the data suggests to us that when the city recruits folks in managerial capacities, that recruitment is coming from a nationwide, more broad perspective. And this approach does not include, like option 1, does not include cities outside North Carolina with a significant military or federal presence. So we've differentiated here between the labor market for managerial versus non-managerial jobs, but we've kind of kept it in the family of being within North Carolina. Obviously, that limitation is that we're not picking up the impact of the federal bases in the area. Option 3, again, we choose 6 peer employers for all jobs, managerial and non-managerial, similar to option 2. We choose 2 additional North Carolina cities only for managerial. So the difference between option 2 and option 3 is that instead of 4 cities for managerial jobs within North Carolina, we only pick 2. So we're excluding Charlotte and Raleigh in option 3. And we are now including Norfolk, Virginia, and Augusta, Georgia, cities of similar size, but also with a federal presence. And again, here you can see on our map the cities that we would be considering. The red dots are the managerial jobs, and you can notice that we now extend the map to Virginia and to Georgia to capture Norfolk and Augusta. In looking at the pros and cons of option 3, I think the pros kind of build from the prior slide, so I'm not necessarily going to reread them to you, but what we add on the positive side here is we are including cities with significant military and federal presence outside the state. Now, be mindful that option 3 is, again, relevant if the city wants to recognize the federal presence and to be able to compete, because don't ask the question you don't want the answer to. If we ask the question and gather data on the federal presence, that might in some way have an impact on what the outcomes may be. And if, in fact, it suggests that the federal government has the ability, if you will, to just print money, but you don't and have to have a balanced budget, that they may be able to pay more than you might be able to afford. I mean, that's just kind of the fiscal reality that we all work under. So let me just kind of summarize and recap the three options, and then I'm happy to entertain both questions, and perhaps you might even have a fourth or a fifth option that might suit your needs better. Option one, a consistent peer list for all jobs, whether they're non-exempt jobs or managerial jobs. This would include 2 local jurisdictions and 8 large cities in North Carolina. Option two, 6 peer employers for all jobs, including 2 local jurisdictions and 4 cities in North Carolina, and then 4 additional peers for managerial jobs only, again, within the state. And lastly is the perhaps the broadest option of the 3, where we have the 6 peers, including 2 local jurisdictions and 4 North Carolina cities covering all jobs. And then for managerial jobs, we get a sense of the labor market with 2 cities in North Carolina and 2 cities outside of North Carolina, given the federal presence. Now, let me just say, and I don't want to get too technical, but clearly, if I were sitting with you, our one question would be, well, maybe the cost of living is different in Augusta or in Norfolk from Fayetteville. And one of the analytic tools that we use when we do studies that kind of cross state boundaries or cross cost of living boundaries, because cost of living could vary even within a state, is we take the survey data that we collect and we adjust it geographically for differences in the cost of labor based upon a data series that we subscribe to through an entity called the Economic Research Institute, which allows you to make those adjustments so that everything is on an apples to apples basis. So with those 3 options, I'm happy to entertain questions, thoughts, suggestions.
I had a couple for you, sir. I guess I was hoping that the analysis would maybe be a little more sophisticated than the private sector for a long time, and I would argue that a lot of the jobs that we recruit, even for local government, you're not competing against a local government in another city in this state or even certainly in another state. You're competing against kind of the local market admin people, let's just say, as an example. Then why would you not be looking for the local market information so you can quantify where you are against the pool of people you're likely to hire for?
Sure. Good question. I think I started out earlier in my presentation, and maybe I glossed over it too quickly, but we will, in each one of these options, in addition to each one of these options, or including in each one of these options, will be private sector data that we will gather from very large published databases.
And how would you weigh that relative to someone in Owensboro, Kentucky, what a person there might make? Which one of those do you think is a better measurement that we should be looking at?
I think that there are multiple measurements. I don't know that there's a better or a worse one. I think that when we display the data, and by the way, when we report data to all our clients, you get all the data. You just don't get a number that says you're 10% above or 10% below. And we will, depending upon the options that we utilize, we will actually segment the data so that we'll show your competitive position against the North Carolina peer cities that we pick, whether it's the local, the 2 local that we suggest, or the others within the state. We will segment the data if we go outside the state to say, compared to other cities with a federal presence, this is how you stack up. So you will get to see it in real time in terms of those different perspectives. And only then can we come to the conclusion about whether it makes a difference, because you'll have the real data. It will all be geographically adjusted to the common cost of labor.
Even those 2 examples you just gave were both city governments. So where does the private sector, I'm looking for an administrative assistant, I'm going to compete against every business in Fayetteville looking for one. Where does that come into play here?
We will also provide that data on the private sector segmented separately, just as we would for those other cuts. I'm sorry, I should have been more specific about that. But each data cut, each segment of defining a labor market will be displayed discretely in our results so that you can see, depending upon which definition of the labor market, how competitive pay is for the array of benchmark jobs.
Well, I'd like to see that articulated a little more in your presentation, so whichever one of these we choose, as long as it's got a local component to it, recognizing for many, many of our jobs, that is the competing environment we're in.
Yes, sir, understand.
Are there other questions? I guess he's looking for questions or some direction on one of these three that, Mr. Moan? I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't have the lights on, I apologize. Thank you. Mr. Moan?
Thank you, sir. Kind of piggyback off the mayor's question. When you compare private industry versus government, local government, many times the government will have a retirement pool of money and a private company may not. Is that part of your data and research? Not just what you're getting in your paycheck today, but what's the long-term investment?
Yes, sir. The study is total compensation, which includes pay and benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bates?
Question, can you explain again why you did not include Fort Bragg? Because that's one of our largest competitors, I would think. But why you did not include Fort Bragg?
We could easily include Fort Bragg. We think that that could be included as well as cities with other federal presence. We think that Fort Bragg, by definition, is affecting the local labor market itself anyway. So given, quite candidly, given the limitation of 10 peer employers, we wanted to decide to determine what would be the best use of getting as much representation as possible.
Okay. Now, and then you also mentioned, you'll take consideration tax burden and the cost of living for whichever area. Population in Norfolk. You know about what the population in Norfolk is? I mean, I was up there for Fort Eustis in school, which is on the outskirts, but cutting through Norfolk, that place looks huge.
The population of Norfolk in the 2010 census, sir, was 242,803.
2,000. Okay. Maybe with Virginia Beach and everything combined in there. And then when you do these, are you going to compare specific jobs all the way around?
Yes,
okay.
Sir. What we are going to do is work with human resources to identify what we call a set of benchmark jobs. Those are jobs that are representative of all of the departments and functions in the city and what we call all the job families that make up the workforce.
Okay, and then are those benchmark jobs, just say, for example, you figure out that we're 10% under everybody else, then we're going to take those parameters and say all of our jobs are 10% under by using that benchmark.
It is not likely that you'll have uniformity across all of those benchmark jobs. But for example, if you had an engineering job series that might start with an engineering technician and then an engineer level 1 and an engineer level 2 and so forth and so on, we will pick some benchmark jobs within that job family, like an engineering tech and a full performance engineer, civil engineer, for example. The labor market tends to move in uniformity. So to the degree that those two jobs vary, or your pay for those jobs varies from the market, then the job series is viewed to vary from the market. But it doesn't mean all jobs will vary uniformly. So we will make recommendations that some jobs might be above market, some jobs might be below market, and they might vary to different degrees.
Ms. Applewhite?
I think you may have answered my question. Okay, work with me now.
Sure, happy to.
So option 3 is the only one that has the one with the military presence. Okay, so if we had, so say like in Norfolk, a computer technician on base makes $20 an hour, and then the civilian person makes $15 an hour. So there's like a $5 difference. So when we take that comparison to bring it to Fayetteville, and we say, so it's like a $5 spread. So when we bring it to Fayetteville and we say on Fort Bragg, a computer technician makes, $12 an hour, so the civilian or a comparable price in the civilian market would be $5 less? Did that make sense? Is it a comparable spread?
Let me see if I understand your
Okay,
question.
because I don't understand me.
If we were to use option 3,
Right.
and we would gather information there's actually a very specific pay schedule within Department of Defense
Right, a
for what's
GS
called, well, it's not GS, it's called a non-appropriated schedule. But without getting overly technical, that would give us by the hour on an annual salary basis what a computer programmer would get. We would take that and adjust it for differences in the cost of living, first of all, between Norfolk
Why would
and
you
here.
just not take that from Fort Bragg? I don't understand why this is so complicated that you go to Norfolk and do it and then have to adjust that back for our cost of living when our competitor is 10 miles down the road, and we know that. And we can get those local numbers, which is already taking into consideration the local kind of economic climate we're in. So why would we not take the Fort Bragg numbers versus going to Norfolk and get their numbers?
I think that you could do that. I think that because I think the published data that we're going to get, to your point, will capture the impact of Fort Bragg on the local economy. So that if we get published private sector data in this general area for computer programmers, that data is going to be affected by Fort Bragg. So we will pick it up in a broader sense. This is really a trade-off that the city has to make in terms of the set of peer employers and which ones we want in or out, or if in fact the city wants more than 10.
Right. I think I get that in Mayor. I guess what we're saying here is, is there a significant difference between, Norfolk in the civilian population versus Fort Bragg in our civilian population? Are we being paid significantly less as a civilian or in the city government here than in another environment? Okay, I get it. Does that make sense to everybody?
I think the reason we were suggesting these two other cities with federal presence is that we wanted to pick up a little broader spectrum of a definition of a labor market geographically. So the issue, I think, in discussion is how tight you want to define that labor market geographically or how broadly you want to define that labor market geographically. We've given a couple of options, and we certainly could, in the most geographically narrow approach, do just the non appropriated civilian jobs in Fort Bragg to the extent that they had similarly situated jobs. We could do that.
Thank you.
Well, I'm kind of struck by seeing three. We've got an employer who employs some significant number of thousands of people in our community that I don't see that they're being picked up on here. So it does seem like you would want to know that appropriately they would find their home in one of these analyses. It's the largest employer, I suspect, in the community. Wouldn't we want to know their direct impact here?
I don't disagree with the perspective that you're going down.
Okay, so why am I missing that? I guess why would that not be in one of these three?
Because I think rightly or wrongly, when we were looking at the universe of 10 peer employers, when that was the limit of the scope, where were we getting more robust data? And we were of the opinion that when we got private sector data in this area, that it would have picked up, because the private sector has to compete with Fort Bragg just like the city does. And so our perspective was the private sector data would pick up that market relationship and that we didn't have to do that. We didn't have to use up one of those 10 peer employers to get the effect of that on the local economy.
Mr. Bates?
Yes, sir. I'm not quite sure, and say I'm not one of your statistical research folks. In fact, I struggled through that course. I don't know how I grabbed past that. But yeah, but with
you fell within the bell-shaped curve.
Yeah, big time. What I just don't quite understand though is that even though the private sector is in competition with Fort Bragg. Fort Bragg, it's very hard to get hired onto. So the private sector will not have to reach up as high on the pay scale, because there's a lot of them that want to get on Fort Bragg that can't, that will take that job off the economy, because it's very hard to get on the Fort Bragg unless you got to have a shamrock in your back pocket or something sometimes. So that's why I don't understand that capturing it from the private market, because they don't have to match them, because there's a lot of them that can't get on Fort Bragg that's going to take that job down here.
Well, Mr. Bates, I think if I understand your point and I apply it to the city, one could argue the same thing with the city, that the city is like the private sector and there's a limited number of slots at Fort Bragg for those jobs. So if your argument is that the private sector doesn't have to compete with Fort Bragg, then why would the city have to compete with Fort Bragg? And then that builds the argument that the local private sector published data really does give you a better sense of the local labor market.
Mr. Hammond, do you have something, sir?
Yes, just as a reminder, when we discussed this at the last work session, the council made it fairly clear that we could not compete with Fort Bragg, and I think that was part of the rationale used to exclude them from the array of comparables and look at other ways that we might be able to capture some of the federal impact on the local market. But specifically, the council said, when we were discussing IT in particular, that we wouldn't be able to compete in those areas.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What two outside cities?
I'm sorry?
Option 3.
Yes.
Two outside North Carolina. What two? Because I'm fixing to say Norfolk in that area is not very different from Fort Bragg. And I don't know that they would be any more representative than Fort Bragg would.
Well, I think we picked those two outside cities because of the federal presence. I mean, clearly we could pick other cities with federal presence, but I think that the point was we're trying to find cities that, in this whole study, we're trying to find cities that have similarities, not perfectly identical, but similarities, whether it's population or, federal presence or budget size, as the case may be. That's why we picked Norfolk and Augusta.
Now, once again, how do you, I know it gets real technical, but just in layman tongue, how will you reconcile the differences in cost of living in the varying cities? Fayetteville versus Columbus, Georgia, or Norfolk. How do you do that?
Sure, Mr. Crisp. We subscribe to a service called the Economic Research Institute. And to make it real simple, this is all online, and you put in effect, the place, you'd put in Fayetteville, you'd put in Norfolk, Virginia, and it just tells you what the difference is. So let's say Norfolk, Virginia is, cost of labor is 10% higher than here at Fayetteville. And let's say we're talking, to make math simple, we're talking about a job that pays $100,000. In Fayetteville, that job would be considered paying $90,000. So we adjust that down based upon this tool.
So that data is already captured?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what else we have? I've
Is that what we do
kind of
next?
picked my option, so if do y'all have an option you'd like to give him?
Well, I'm interested. I thought the comparison to, another environment with a military installation was important. So I
Which one
kind
is
of
that
looked
one?
at number 3.
Is everybody okay with 3? Yes, sir. A little show of hands here.
I think it has to be.
Okay, sir, thanks for your time. We think the one that would reflect the military market would be most useful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, council item 4.3, sister city approval process. I think we've got some information here in your packet. We last saw this, I guess, about a work session or two ago, and at that time several questions were raised, and I want to commend Councilman Moan for working very hard, as he does, to get things kind of put in a flow chart for us that explains the process, with the goal being that an adequate process be put in place so that as subsets of our community had an interest in exploring a sister city, there'd be a process they should go through that we could be comfortable was vetted and good questions asked. And so you see this multiple gates, and Ted would just ask maybe if you could walk us through the chart real quick and the narratives attached to it behind, I believe.
Okay, the document in front of you, that was actually created, Mr. Vincent Higgins from Faces in the Community. He gave it to me. We looked at it last week. He's been working on this for months. In the packet, I sent you a different type of flow chart, but they're consistent. The thing I think to remember is that they follow the International Sister City Committee. You know, it's recognized. There's a formal process, and Councilmember Davey, you've been working with them also, and I've learned a lot. But it kind of steps through. And what I like on Vincent's flow chart here, you see they have the green, those are steps. Red, if something goes wrong, it tells you go back. You know, there's more information needed. And the council is pretty much informed all the way along. You know, council gets the final decision. There's public hearings involved. And at any step along the way, it can go back for further information before it comes to council. And so I would think in the future, after they do all their research, they get it vetted by the State Department to make sure it's not a flaky country. And then it'll come to a work session. Okay, that's flaky, probably not the right word, but yeah. But I would think, like with anything else, that a presentation from the group would come to us in a work session, and then it would come back, you know, for a formal vote during a council meeting. And I would also think that we throw this into a policy memorandum, you know, a city council policy. And then that way future councils adjust it based on input from the Sister Cities Committee, Faces in the Community Committee. And so it's an ongoing. As they learn the process more and do more and more, they may want to update this, figure out there's another step that's needed. Or, but if you, the second, third, fourth, fifth pages, that's just a textual version of what you see on the chart. And the last 2 pages really are some of the things that they would be doing, not necessarily council, you know, when they receive a request from a fellow sister city application, or they reach out to one. It just shows you all the work that they have to go through. And so council pretty much becomes the approving authority. Faces in the Community, the Sister City Committee, they do almost all the work, you know. And Mr. McElrath, I believe you're on there now also. And so we have representation, and an idea came up that do we appoint a council liaison to the group, kind of like how Councilmember Hurst, you're a liaison to the PwC Commission. You don't vote, but you're there to participate, and whoever participates can, you know, keep the council updated. Unlike where Val and I are on the Transportation Advisory Committee, we're formal voting members. I wouldn't advocate for that, but maybe a council liaison to work, you know, so they have a single point of contact as potential issues may arise. But that's the 5-minute version.
Couple of questions, Mr. Bates?
Yes, does this have to be international? I mean, there's plenty of cities, you know, in the U.S., you know, Colorado Springs or Billings, Montana, or wherever. Why does it always have to be outside of the country?
Well, the way I understand it, and please, Vince or anybody jump, it was based off the International Sister Cities Community, you know, International Sister Cities, where we reach out to other countries to try to learn from each other. Oh, come on, Vince. You know much more than this than I do. Vince is teaching me as I go through the process.
Mayor, good evening. Members of the City Council. Mr. Bates. Okay, to answer your question is simply this. You know, we have a city that's recognized as an all-American city. We're very diverse in cultures. We want to create and establish a well-rounded community as a whole, especially after tonight's debate with the police and all. So the International City was established back during Dwight D. Eisenhower's time. This is something that's been going on historically. In fact, each city has an International Sister City. The International Sister City Committee Incorporated is looking for communities like ours to reach out to communities from other countries to bring them here so that we both cities can learn from each other, whether it's from the business aspect, whether it's from the community or security aspect, from the agricultural aspect. There's just a number of opportunities that you can share with each other. Okay, so that's why we are looking for an international sister city. We want to basically strengthen our community with each other, and we want to bring as many cultures abroad here to share with others as we do here already with the other cultures that we have with the festivals, international folk festivals and whatnot. So does that answer your question?
Ms. Applewhite?
This may have been in our original packet, but the local board here, could you just refresh my memory? How many people are a part of your board, and how are they selected and turnover?
Okay, presently we have 13 members on the board. It is not closed to any significant number. In fact, it's open to anybody and everybody. Now, the members currently have been, of course, asked to come forward as volunteers from Mayor Shivani as an invitation to get this started. We would like to get as many as we can from at least one member from all of the different cultures and the community cultures that we have. And of course, as we get started, once we get our foot in the door and we make the public service announcements and we get the support behind Faces in Community, City Council, the military installation as well, because we want to make sure that, because they're a big part of this, so that we can in fact interest others to say, I would like to participate and come forward and join us. So does that answer your question?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I think the representatives that are involved now are people that over the last several years, one of them had written in the newspaper they had an interest in a sister city, so we added that one to the list. And when you go to, like, Vinny is a member of the Greek community, so that's a very strong, close-knit community within Fayetteville. So try to find representatives from as many of the diverse groups as we can. And how many are on there now? Did you say 13?
We have 13, and of course we're reaching out to others. So I mean, it has a lot of potential, and we'd like to see that it grows and comes to fruition. So, and that's why we're here now.
But I think our intent all along was to put a process in place that council could be comfortable with that would be applied equally to everybody. Yes, so any idea could come from anywhere. There's a process that we feel good it would go through. We're watching that, and everyone would be treated the same.
You mentioned cultural diversity. What do you mean by that? You're talking about Greek American or?
Absolutely. We're talking about
So
African
what's
Americans.
the
We're talking about
diversity?
Scottish Americans. We're talking about Irish Americans. We're talking about all the cultures that we have. For example, the International Folk Festival. We have a parade of cultures marching down the lane. So now, unfortunately, this is a very time-consuming process. We've contacted the International Sister City Incorporated, and they've informed us that this process for some cities take anywhere from 12 to 36 months just to get it started. Now, we'd like to be optimistic to say that, we've been working on this for 6 months now. We'd like to see that we can establish this relationship, this rapport with a city, and that hopefully within 18 months we can have some kind of 5-year plan that we can develop so that we can share, whether it's visitations, whether it's education, whether it's Facebook, Skyping, whatnot. But it doesn't limit it to just one culture or one city. So because the process is so long, you can't sit there and say, we would like to have one city per year, and that was an issue that was brought up. It's not going to happen. It's not practical. However, if we establish a relationship with a first city, a year, 2 years, we can start on another city. And in the process, as we're working with one, we go to another. And at any time, if there's any problems with any of these cities that the relationship either dissolves or is finished, of course, we will go through the process and inform everybody, beginning with the top tier, International Sister City, and we'll explain the 5 W's. And then we will work our way down and cascading to each level. And hopefully there will not be a political incident. it's not our intent to do that, of course, but we want to maintain that relationship. So,
What's the diversity of your 13 members now?
well, we have all right, Gate 1, as you see here, is internal. So everything is done in accordance with the rules and regulations or bylaws of the International Sister City. What they encourage is they want members in the local Sister City committee to be members of the Chamber of Commerce or cultures. We have the Scottish culture, we have the community, we have the Greek community, we have the China community, we have the Korean community, we have the Indian community. So right now, as I stated before, we have a very minimal size, but once we get started, we hope to have members of every single community in Fayetteville, to include, most importantly, the military community. So, does that answer your question, sir?
Any other questions? Okay, we're not taking a vote tonight. Would council be interested in this coming back to a future council member meeting for a vote? Could I see some show of hands here for? Okay, I think we have enough nods there. Thank you very much, Ted. Thank you for your hard work in getting this together. We appreciate
very much.
The committee being here. I know this is we've been working for 6 months now. We appreciate that. We'll put it on possibly next Monday night's agenda for a final vote. Okay, council will move now to item 4.4, which is an update on the youth council. Been one of the interests that several council members have had for a while, and I believe we have a presentation here. Mr. Francis?
Yes, sir. Good evening. We gave copies to all of the council.
Got it.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council. This is an update on the youth council. We have discovered that the Chamber of Commerce has a youth academy, and it meets all the interests of the Human Relations Council ad hoc committees, our plans. So the question we have is, should the Human Relations Commission avoid duplication and change its approach by collaborating with the youth council from the Chamber of Commerce? And I guess the background is that we've been planning the youth council, and we've made a lot of arrangements, but then in the last month or two, we found out that not only does the Chamber of Commerce has a youth council, but the ministerial council also has a youth council. And we feel that it will be a duplication of effort, and what we would like to do is to partner with the Chamber of Commerce Youth Council and at least partner with them for a while, and rather than have a lot of duplication. So I would recommend, what we are recommending here tonight is that the Human Relations partner with the Chamber of Commerce on the issue of the Youth Council.
All right, sir. I think we've got a few questions there. Ms. Davy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Francis, for your presentation. I had a couple questions because I have been pretty involved in the Chamber's Youth Academy. I've attended quite a few of those. My first concern that comes to mind is the GPA. In regards to us just pretty much adopting what the Youth Council leadership Fayetteville has, is the GPA, and I know that I've spoke to a couple members of the Human Relations Committee, and when we were talking about collaborating in the Youth Council, we didn't want the GPA per se to hinder anybody from not being accepted into the program if they're civically engaged and they want to learn more about their community. And I don't know if you all have reviewed the GPA requirements for the leadership, the Chamber Youth Academy.
Not really, but we did discuss GPA on our proposal.
Okay, because theirs is 3.0. So what are you all proposing?
We we were gonna ask for GPA,
Mhm.
but we were not gonna have a specific, great GPA. But we was gonna ask the students to provide the GPA.
Okay. Has there been the conversation already with Todd Lyden from the chamber yet, or there hasn't been any discussion?
No, we
yet?
haven't, because we just formed a new committee. We just taken some new members, and we just had elections last month, so hopefully next month. And plus, our committee chairman has been ill, so we really haven't had a big discussion with the Chamber of Commerce yet.
Well, I really appreciate, as you all have been very hard working with trying to find a good youth council solution without creating duplication. But I just also advise that when you all have that conversation with the chamber, or if it's ministerial council, that we make sure that we're not taken away from, again, the youth council that used to be here at the city of Fayetteville, which was very strong youth council. And if we're going to collaborate with other groups, that we're not missing the mission of what the youth council is for through the city.
Well, one of the reasons we would like to collaborate, at least for a year or two, is to see if there's any gaps that if we do decide to form our own council in the future, that we could include some of these things, such as the GPA.
Okay. Well, thank you. So you're thinking, because I know it kind of took a while for us to hear back. Are you thinking about next month we may hear something back,
Right.
some dialogue from the chamber?
Yes, hopefully we'll meet next month, and we will hopefully dialogue with the Chamber of Commerce by that time.
Have you had conversations with the school system, sir?
Yes, sir. The problem we had, one of the problems we ran into is, well, when we were making a lot of our plans, it was during the summer. And so for about 2 or 3 months, we didn't have a whole lot of dialogue. But prior to summer, we had good dialogue with the school system.
And I think they had a youth council, which probably better mirrors what we collectively have been talking about more than the chamber, which is basically an orientation program to the city. So I would encourage you to reach back out to them. Ms. Applewhite?
I think the mayor kind of hit on my comment is what we're doing here. This is kind of morphed into something just way out there. We kind of need to. What are the age groups? The chambers.
We were gonna do high school.
Okay, this
high
doesn't.
School age from 9th grade until.
Yeah, this doesn't work for me. So I hope that we can do something else when you bring this back. Maybe a side by side comparison. You mentioned. I don't know, Katie. You and I kind of been working on this. This doesn't meet the vision of what we started out, does it? Maybe we haven't been clear enough. Maybe that's it.
And Mr. Francis, in regards to just the records, and again, this is not just you, but in regards to the records of the youth council here at the city of Fayetteville, prior years, have you all been privy to that information?
We've been working with with Mr. Gibson.
Okay.
He came to several of our meetings, and he'd been giving us some insights about some of the problems they had and about things like the records.
Would it be possible to set up a meeting, perhaps with the chamber, with Mr. Gibson, Katie, maybe you and I, whoever council members can come to, and school board, and just get some key people together and scrub it down and try this again, maybe?
Okay, I will definitely take that back to our meeting next month and see if we could do that.
Ms. Christie, you have something, sir?
Davis, I need a refresher. What's the purpose of the youth council?
Well, was to try to get the youths involved and give them leadership opportunities for them to see leadership all over, in different capacities.
Well, the question in your paper here, there's an implication when you say you discovered that the Chamber of Commerce has a youth academy. It leads me to believe they haven't done very much with it if you had to discover that they had such an animal on board. And then the question of command and control. I'm an old military man, right? What are you abrogating your authority here over to the Chamber of Commerce to let them? No. Well, you're recommending that we fall under them.
Well, I guess the Parks and Recs had a youth council in the past, and it fell apart. So that was one of the reasons why they wanted us to try it again. But then we found out that the chamber already have one that's doing pretty much the same thing that all the objectives we had. The chamber has one that's already doing all of those things.
Now, non-attribution. Give me your honest opinion. Is the one that the Chamber of Commerce has effective in your opinion?
From the write-up in the newspaper, it certainly has.
No, from your opinion.
We haven't dialogued with the chamber yet. We plan to, but we haven't dialogued with them yet. All of this just came about within the last month, maybe month and a half.
Mr. Massey, do you have something, sir?
Yeah. I also wanted to add one more group to that list. I realized that Ms. Applewhite and Ms. Davy had certain things in mind, but we have a group out here that's been doing a magnificent job in dealing with our young folks, and I'm going to add or ask you to add the name of Great Oaks to that list, because a lot of what you're talking about doing, in other words, I see the chamber's going to be more geared toward business, the school's going to be geared toward whatever the case may be. Great Oaks is diverse enough to bring in a lot of different people with different expertise that will incorporate all of those things. And believe it or not, I think they help girls too, or at least they will show you a model that could help some young ladies.
Okay. Well, why don't we perhaps what Ms. Applewhite suggested. I think this had come from Ms. Applewhite and Ms. Davy, and perhaps they can meet with staff and get back on track with this. Everybody be comfortable with that? Yes. Thank you so much for coming tonight, sir. We appreciate your time with this, and we'll offer some additional insight. Okay, item 4.5, privilege license update. Mr. Leonard, thanks for coming.
Oh, it's fun time now.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. This item comes to you as a follow-up to a previous work session in which the council had expressed an interest in waiver of the prior year taxes and penalties for the rental management, as well as to create classifications for the rental management activity. At the September work session, the council directed staff to bring back information regarding the financial impact of waiver of prior year taxes and penalties for those businesses for which the city did not require a privilege license prior to the year in which the business was discovered by the city, as well as to bring back a draft ordinance amendment that would meet the council's interest. As for waiver of prior year taxes and penalties, the staff has identified two categories of businesses that the city had not previously required a privilege license for prior to the fiscal year 2011-2012. Those businesses are catalog sales and rental management. The finance department is here to provide the financial information regarding the impact of waiver of the prior year taxes and penalties for those two categories of businesses.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. As Brian mentioned, we did identify two categories of businesses, and we were able to pull this data through August 19th, 2011. The total number of rental management companies that we had received privilege license fees for as of that date was 185. The total amount collected for rental agency companies were $37,287.43, of which $22,291.28 related to penalties and prior year collections. So if it's your interest to refund that, that is how much we would refund for those companies. In addition to that, the number of companies receiving reimbursement for prior year penalties and collections would be 71 companies altogether. Now, this would not include if you choose to exempt a single residential property management. That would have to be a classification. We'd have to come back and identify what the consequence of that would be. But I can't imagine it would be, if we've collected all together 37,000, there's only another population of about $14,000 we're even dealing with. So there would be some small amount to be reimbursed for that as well. But it's primarily $22,291. In addition to that, we identified catalog sale businesses of 2 that we've collected for, and that's a total collection fee of $100. And those were the 2 categories that we identified that historically we had not collected privilege license on, but have begun to do that with the Muni Services Project.
Can you give an example of a catalog sale? Just
like cosmetic sales.
Someone locally who does that sale?
Like maybe out of their home, or they're in some businesses related to like an Avon or Mary Kay or something like that. By way of example.
Mr. Hurst?
And how did that firm identify the Mary Kay or these catalog sales? I mean, is it a volume of business or a number?
Well, I think it's probably just through public databases that are available. It may be that they are advertising in the phone book, or they have access to know that these folks are advertising in some manner. And as we said, we've collected from 2 to this point.
So, yeah, and there are a lot out there. So we've collected $100 by these 2 catalog sales. So then wouldn't it be better just to write catalog sales off as one of those 2 business categories, and just go with what y'all have recommended or what we've recommended as the 2 or more on the rental properties?
If I understand what you're saying is exempt catalog sales?
Yes,
that could certainly be something you could do if you wish to do that, since we've only collected 2, and obviously there are many more than 2.
Okay. That would be where I would be leaning, and I do like your recommendation regarding the rental properties. And but we need to make that in form of a motion or move forward with that, not tonight, but before we talk about exempting or the penalties prior years. Is that correct? Because that would be substantially less when you're talking about one rental property versus the 37,287 that's been collected, correct?
Well, I think what we were saying is, of the 37,287 that's been collected, we know that there are penalties in prior years of $22,291. So at the very least, we would be reimbursing that. In addition to that, we would reimburse, if you choose to, exempt property managers managing one residential property. In addition to the $22,291, we would also go back and refund those few businesses that we could identify with one residential property, if you will.
Okay, I'm really not interested in reimbursing those rental properties except for those that may have paid, and I don't know the number of those. You don't have a cost on those, do you? A figure on those that are one rental property owner?
That wasn't asked for on the application,
Okay.
so if you chose to do that tonight, what we would then do is reach out to those folks who've completed an application, determine whether or not they manage more than one. If someone turns out that they only manage one, we would reimburse them 100% of what they've paid if you're inclined to exempt them altogether, is what I guess we're saying.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Applewhite?
I just want to make a comment about the exemption of the potentially exempting catalog sales. A long time ago, I used to do that. and I know when you set up your business, the first thing they do is tell you to, check with your local ordinances, so on and so forth. But even more so, if you look around our community, there's some people that do so well. They're driving pink Cadillacs and pink Escalades and pink cars because they are doing some great big dollars in this community. So, if we're thinking catalog sales is just like $50 a month or every now and then, people are making big money on that. So I would say we consider that.
Well, the piece that I have an issue with is anytime you have any tax or law that's kind of just unenforceable, because ultimately the people who pay are the honest people that they volunteer. It's kind of like our pet listing, you know. If you're honest enough, then you find yourself paying, and then a significant number of people never say anything about it, and they don't pay. That's the heartburn I have with when you apply fees that you really can't enforce. That there's just not a quantifiable way to catch them all. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I know that, you know, for some of the more popular catalog sales, you do a quick internet search of blank, blank, blank in Fayetteville. You'll see everybody has their own website nowadays. I'm just saying that is a quick way, but I understand your point, Mayor, you know, because I paid mine and I didn't sell a tube of lipstick.
And I didn't pay mine, and I didn't sell any either. So. Okay, other questions? We appreciate y'all's work on this. I think we need to give them some direction. There's several things on the table. I was making a list as we went down. We have the question about catalog sales. We have the question about exempting, basically, I know you want to call them a manager, but someone who is managing one house, one rental property. And then we have the question, I guess, about our direction on returning back any of the penalties and interest on any of those categories. I guess there's three kind of things, right?
Yes.
Do you want to do all those together? What kind of direction do we want to take to a future council member, future council meeting? Mr. Bates?
From all these fees, are we still talking that military was exempt, or they were just exempt from the single-family rental?
Active military are exempt, period. Active military are exempt from the license requirement.
Okay, I just want.
Bobby, can you go ahead and restate, just so we can?
Okay, I would suggest or ask that we exempt the catalog sales category altogether, and we would go along with the recommendation that is here that I guess rental management of one property would be exempt, and I would ask that those fees be reimbursed to those, and that's it. That's all three parts.
Okay, everybody kind of clear on what we'd be asking come back? Lisa, are y'all clear?
Refunds in prior year, penalties in prior years, I'm not sure if we heard a motion on that.
For those rental properties that you have not discovered yet of one.
I think, Mr. Mayor, while we're looking on the issue of waiver of prior year penalties for all other rental management activities.
No, I wouldn't recommend that. In
of
fact,
the prior year.
Yeah.
The current year.
Speak.
I thought that was one of the number ones that you had brought up at the work session, was the earlier years, the 3 earlier years.
Yeah, for those that are, the rental properties.
Right. That's
Well, those are y'all already discovered those. Rental property management companies, they pay privilege license, do they not?
Yeah, but we're talking about the.
I think the question tonight was whether or not we would be instructed to reimburse them for prior year collections and penalties, and that's what the $22,000 relates to.
Oh, no, no.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold on, I'm misunderstanding. I thought that when you first brought this up in the work session, that you were looking at the going back 3 years. Was it 4?
Yeah, it was 4 years.
Well, however many years in collecting, and I thought that was what you had asked to cancel out even before it came back to us tonight. That's what I thought I remembered. But you're not even saying anything about that now.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the next step? Mr. Hurst has outlined that. Is that the intent of council? Is that what everybody wants to direct staff, or I need some direction from you here? Well, no, we're discussing. This is kind of a work session. Do you have something to say? Add to this?
I'm not in favor of exempting one house. That's just another tool for us to track all these houses that are being rented out
Yes, repair.
because there's so many of them that are rental houses out there that they don't know who to get hold of. And, you know, because the renters just say, I'm not gonna worry about it, so you can't really squeeze the renter too much, you gotta get hold of the property owner. And that's just another tool that if they register their property, then it's easier to track them down when it comes time to get the city cleaned up. So I'm not in favor of two or more apartment complexes, you know, multi, renting house or business. They need to regulate.
Okay, other comments on this?
Yes, sir. I agree, active military exemption, but I have to agree with Mr. Bates. If they're renting a property, they're renting it for profit. And they want some money. And I think a part of that is branch over into our prop program as such, because some of these units being rented are substandard, that's all.
Okay, well, it looks like we're not going to be able to package these things together, so let's take some quick nods on, if you want to exempt catalog sales, that's one that came up, is that right, Mr. Hurst?
Yes, sir.
If you have an interest in exempting catalog sales from the permit, the privilege license fee, would you raise your hand if you have an interest in exempting catalog sales? Okay, we just need to vote. We're here, we need to do it. If you have an interest in exempting catalog sales, if you would hit your light, please. My light keeps breaking. Okay, then those are exempted. Mr. Chris, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Shivani, Mr. Davy, Mr. Art, Mr. Massey. In favor, Mr. Bates, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hare, Mr. Moan. Okay. If you are interested in exempting one rental property, exempting one rental property, in other words, anything two or above would be subject to the privilege license. So the question would be, if you're interested in limiting one, hit your green light. Does that make sense? Sorry. I knew I didn't say it right. What?
Say that again?
So this is only for two, if
Two or more. That the privilege license would apply to two or more properties, rental properties, two or more rental properties. Is that clear? Okay.
Active duties exempt. Active duties exempt anyway.
That'd be the effect of it, yes, sir.
And if I push the red light, that means I don't agree with
All right, let's just do it again. It's really not that complicated, but it is 8:30. If you hit the green light, you want to exempt one rental. If you hit the red light, you really want even one rental to be subject to the privilege license. Is everybody clear on that?
yes, sir.
Jim didn't bring dinner tonight, we're hungry.
No, it's all right. Everybody clear on that? All right. Let me ask for your vote. Yeah, that's why you were. Ms. Applewhite and Miss Davy, please. Okay, that fails, so even one rental unit will be subject to the privilege license update. Those in favor of that, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Shivani, Mr. Arp, and Mr. Massey. In opposition, Mr. Chris, Mr. Bates, Ms. Applewhite, Mr. Hare, Mr. Davy, Mr. Moan. Even those aren't really votes. So now, lastly would be, as it relates to returning these fees, Bobby, what was it you want to throw up here?
Well, with that failing, then we don't need to worry about the fees. The fees will still be paid to those two property owners and more, or for everybody.
Okay.
Penalties.
As long as they're not military.
I guess it would be that
Except
$100 of
military. That's
the
correct.
$100 of the catalog sales. So
Yeah.
do you want to make a,
Yeah, I move that the $100 total from the catalog sales be reimbursed to those that filed.
because our direction tonight was the catalog sales would be exempt.
right.
That did pass, so Bobby is saying then that we would return those few people that might have paid that back.
It's already exempt.
It's already exempt. How about that?
Makes sense.
Hit a green light or a red light on that, please.
Green light.
Okay, so I think we decided tonight that catalog sales are exempt, rental units are not exempt, and we're going to refund any any privilege license fees paid for catalog sales. Okay? Great. All right, we'll move now to item 4.8. Ms. McDonald?
So, Mayor, we will make that ordinance amendment and bring that back or put that back on your agenda for your next meeting.
Okay. Okay, council, we're going to go to 4.8, City Council Policy 150-2, provision of water and sewer to the MIA.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. What you have before you is an amendment to your policy regarding the provision of water and sewer to your municipal influence area. Council has for some time, actually since 2009, required that entities or
We got it now.
okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mayor. I lost my place as a result of that.
It's the top.
Council has for some time, actually since, if you look at your monitor, since 2009, required a petition for annexation in order to receive water and sewer service. However, that policy did not specify when that petition must be submitted and or whether council needed to take action. So subsequently, what we had on several occasions, and certainly most recently, was a situation in which a petition was submitted. Your utility, PwC, began the extension of water and sewer. That petition was subsequently found to be invalid. We worked real hard and we got that petition back valid, and council did adopt a annexation ordinance for that particular subdivision. But this proposed policy amendment is intended to address that situation and make it clear that any properties that are in your MIA that meet the statutory requirements for annexation, not only must they submit the petition, but that council must act on that petition before the service will be provided or expanded. So there may be some instances in which entities already receive water and sewer, desire to develop further, and therefore need an expansion of the water and sewer services. So this policy amendment is intended to address that. The second portion of the policy also is intended to require that those subdivisions be developed consistent with the city's development regulations that are in place at the time of service. What we know, and Christophe is here and can speak to this as well from a planning perspective, but what we know is that the provision of public water and sewer allows subdivisions to develop at a higher standard. And so the interest of city staff is to ensure then that that development is consistent with city standards. Right now, what we have in some instances are subdivisions who get their permits from the county. In some instances, those development standards are not the same as the cities, but yet they have or are receiving PwC water and sewer, and by virtue of receiving that, are able to build more homes. And so it's city staff's position that that development should be consistent with city development standards. The policy is before you for discussion and direction to staff.
Okay, ma'am, I have a few questions. Thanks, Mr. Bates, and then Mr. Chris.
Ms. McDonald, now, is this, the subject of it's Public Works Commission, provision of sewer and water. Now, does PwC have to approve this also? I mean, because it's PwC's policy to grant them the right to build the infrastructure, then deed it over to us, to the city. But does PwC I mean, how is this enforceable with PWC? I mean,
This is the city council's policy. As you know, PWC is a subsidiary of the city. We have been in discussions with PWC, and they are amenable to changing their policies and procedures to ensure that their process is consistent with council's interest.
okay, I just cool.
Mr. Chris?
Mr. McDonald,
Absolutely cool.
I file a petition tomorrow for voluntary annexation because I'm building a subdivision, Baywater, a mile outside of our contiguous border. How long will it take me to get annexed so I can get this development rolling, selling the houses? I file the petition tomorrow. How long before I get annexed?
I'm going to ask Christoph to come up.
You understand my question?
Yes, sir.
Is
And
whether we're slowing down.
we will have a transition period for those developments that are already those subdivisions that are already under development. But in talking to PWC, what we have found is that developers come to or go to PWC months and in some instances years in advance to start this discussion. So while there will be some initial transition, it is our hope and our intention with the amendment of this policy that almost like one of the chiropractic commercials, that their first call as they decide to develop that subdivision will be to the city, or certainly will be their second call after they find out that water and sewer is available. From a staff perspective, right now, it takes us about 90 days to review a petition. And part of that process is there's 30 days taken up just in the advertising, the notice requirements. Then there's another time period in which staff comes together, and that's the fire, police, all the departments that provide service come together to review the petition to ensure that we can provide the requisite services and make a recommendation regarding annexation. Christoph is aware of those, is aware of those concerns. City staff is aware of those concerns. And so we're working not only to reduce that time frame from a staff perspective, to ensure that we don't hold up any development during this transition period. We do not expect, once this initial transition period occurs, that there will be any holdup.
I guess my question had a phase two that I didn't state because I'm greatly concerned that with the application process for the development itself that has to be approved, and as a part of that, the application for annexation. And I'm just wondering if we're really slowing the train down, that detrimental to our tax base.
Mr. Chris, one of the things that when I was briefed on this Friday, I suggested that we might want to do, and actually made some phone calls, to get some stakeholders involved in the discussion. Let's map out the current process, because the current process actually begins with a rezoning request at the county, because they're actually coming in their ways, which would not happen under this. It would actually start with us, but to get some of the stakeholders involved and let them map out the process from the inception of a project today through all the way through us bringing into the city, and then map this beside it. I think everyone's interest is we don't want to slow anything down.
Right.
We don't want to slow good development down.
I agree, Mr. Mayor.
And I've made some overtures actually already to get some stakeholders involved to do exactly. I think everyone's sensitive to the amount of time involved, and we talked about those 90 days or 30 days to run the ad, but we can do this other work concurrently. There's no reason to wait. Okay. You can be squeezing this down. So
that's what I'm looking for. I think we're.
Mr. Moan, did you have something, sir?
Quick question, Attorney McDonald, thank you. And looking at the title, I understand this only applies within a municipal influence area. Once you go beyond the adopted MIA, a developer wants to obtain PWC sewer, water, or electricity, depending upon, they can still do that with going right through PwC without ever coming to the council because it's, PwC can expand water, sewer, electric anywhere in the county by their charter. So this only applies to the MIA. Further out, a developer can go and request it from PwC. It happens and never comes before council. Is that true?
I guess the short answer is yes. The area outside of as a part of the MIA, the city also has an agreement with the county called the sewer annexation area.
Sewer service area.
Sewer service area.
Right.
And so part of that commitment was that we would not require petitions in the sewer service area. So to answer your question, yes, that's conceivable.
Well, I think since we've had the MIA agreement, which everyone participated in, the county and PwC and the city, the PwC has not done that. They've been consistent with the rules that we've set. We authorized the wholesale sale of water for some of the districts, but that's something we did have input in. So I do think that for the last 3 or 4 years, there's been an understanding, and PwC has been going consistent with the city's plans as spelled out here. The sewer service area as it's currently designed, and a lot of this has changed, I think, with the new annexation law, but basically, we have an MIA, and the sewer service area was identified as an area that just physically, geographically, sewer could be extended easily. Maybe it goes downhill, this kind of stuff. But that would require the county to change the MIA and extend the MIA boundaries to that sewer service area, thereby really enlarging the city's MIA, and then it would fall under the same MIA standards. So, you know what I'm saying there? That's the sewer service area is kind of, if you look at the county, where could sewer logically go? And in theory, you could grow there, but it would require the county to say that's in Fayetteville's MIA and then fall within the guidelines we've set. Other questions on this? I would guess just kind of some input. If we could have these meetings with stakeholders, look at this kind of schedule issue, so by the time that comes back to us for discussion and ultimate vote, perhaps those questions could have been asked and answered. Bill, is that consistent with what you're?
Well, Mr. Mayor, and not really a question, but this has been a big concern of mine. We brought it up before, and mainly for the ones that have districts on the outskirts of the city. This will really help us in trying to plan some of the growth that's going on. And I'm saying let's get her done. Thank you all very much for getting it done.
Look forward to hearing. Okay, council, we're now on to, we're on to item 4.9, which is tonight, the update on the prop program. Mr. Hewitt, we've been waiting for you, sir. Bring it on.
Good evening, good evening.
This is the last one tonight?
Yes, sir.
I promise to be brief. I've cut my hour-long presentation down considerably. Let's see.
How far down? If you don't, we will.
And I never remember how to do this. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Before I start, as I always do, I'd like to also recognize the staff who have helped work on this presentation. Brian Myers along the back wall, Scott Schufer, and of course Karen McDonald are the ones that are still in the room. But also have had a lot of input from the police department, namely Sergeant Bates, Lieutenant Chris Davis, and Police Chief as well. I'm here tonight to give you an update on what we're calling Prop 2. And to do that, I want to run through a little bit of brief history as well. This started actually in 2007. That's when we started working again on residential rental property programs. That's what the RRPP stands for. But most recently in this year, in April 26, 2011, the council actually adopted a probationary rental occupancy permit program. The program, as you know, was to start on July 1st, but on June 18th, the Senate Bill 683 was ratified by the North Carolina General Assembly. And as we gave you an update on August 1st, it invalidated 9 of the 10 ways in which a property could be entered into our prop program. Given the substantial changes needed to make the city's ordinance compliant with North Carolina law, staff recommended and the City Council approved repeal of the prop ordinance on August the 8th. Since that time, the staff has been working to try to bring back a program consistent with state law, and it is also one that is based upon the only workable model, fully workable model we've been able to find in the state after Senate Bill 683, which is the Charlotte model. Prop 2 has in it a lot of the same elements that Prop 1 did. However, the basis of Prop 2 deals with crime, as it was in Prop 1, code violations, but also something that's a little bit new called social disorder. And again, that comes largely from the Charlotte model. It would be applicable to all residential rentals by categories. And for simplicity, we have taken what Charlotte has, which is 9 categories, and actually reduced that down to 4 categories, which we believe we will be better able to manage. Those categories include, first category would be 1 unit or a single family home. Next category would be 2 to 10 units. The third would be 11 to 100 units. And then the fourth category, the largest, would be 100 units or more. I've put a star beside the 1 unit or single family home because there was some discussion on I think 2 items ago about whether the privilege license would apply to just a person who's renting out 1 home or not. And so just wanted to make sure that we put that in the presentation as well, so that council will be aware that we're designing this program as we did Prop 1, which would it would be applicable to all residential rental properties, irrespective of how many properties the owner owned or not. The evaluation period for these would be 6-month reviews. We would be using a cost recovery or fee model, which would be determined but likely would be same as Prop 1, with escalating costs for each category. Before, if you'll remember, our program lasted for 2 years, and we were charging approximately $500 per year or $1,000 total. We would envision that if a property stayed in Prop for 2 years, Prop 2 for 2 years, they also would probably be paying about the same fee. But again, likely much more, not much more, but more for the larger apartment complexes that had 100 units or more. So let me tell you about the Prop 2 conditions. I told you earlier that we were looking at crime, social disorder, and code violations. Under crime, we'd be looking at violent crime, everything from assault, rape, and murder. We'd also be including property crimes, which would include burglary, larceny, vandalism, prostitution, drugs, felons with guns, et cetera, et cetera. Under social disorder, we'd be looking at everything from animal control violations to noise ordinance violations and additional ones that are to be determined later, as well as code violations, which would be junk vehicles, trashy overgrown yards, and substandard dwellings, and the list goes on and on. Those are not included in the draft ordinance that was in your packet because those will be included in appendices. And one of the real concerns that we're having now, or troubling spots we're having right now, is trying to decide exactly how some of this crime will go into a matrix to describe the top 10% of crime in our community. If you use Charlotte's model, for instance, let's say you have category 1, which is 1 house or 1 apartment for rent. Let's say they have a crime and disorder threshold of 1. If you have a violent crime, that counts as 1, and so automatically that would make a person eligible. They'd reach that threshold. If you have that's violent crime. If you have a property crime, that goes on a 0.25 per verified property crime, so you'd need 4 of those to get to 1. If you had a social disorder, you would have those go by 0.10, so you'd need 10 of those in order to get to 1.
Are they convictions or just charges?
Verifiable charges and offenses.
Verifiable charges.
Yeah. Now, what makes this not difficult, but again, it's a little bit different than what we had with Prop 1. Prop 1 was if you had any of these violations in number that led up to a number, then the property was automatically entered into it. Here, we're using categories because the crime that may happen, let's say, at Sunset Arms, where they have 100 apartments, you would expect they would have more crime and more social disorder because you have larger number of people living together. So it wouldn't be fair to compare 1 house to 100+ apartment complex. And so we're trying to split them up so that we have, I guess, like numbers of units are being compared to like number of units irrespective of across the city. Yes, sir.
Up under the social disorder, and I look at the animal control violations, I'm gonna assume that's a part dog barking maybe, and the noise ordinance, which probably could be either one of those. And right now, when our police go out and it's quiet, but it wasn't quiet when the call was made, and I think they said before us or something, one of these meetings that, well, you know, what do they do? Then how is that going to be documented? Because I'm assuming that the police or somebody's going out there, inspections department or someone is going to check out on this probable
But they wouldn't be
violation.
cited unless they, that's what the policemen were saying, you know, you could call in the complaint, but unless the policeman was there and
That's what I'm
heard the
saying.
noise, they're not gonna get cited.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Then how is that registered if they are called because of that and they go out there and they're not cited?
Well, that's one of the things that the Senate Bill 683 allowed, is that we would be able to define that as enacted by a local ordinance. And so what this would be doing would be setting those standards. I actually put down animal control violations because I believe that was what was also included in our previous prop ordinance as well. But those are all the concerns that we would have to work through. But clearly, if you go out and the dog's not barking, then that's not a citable citation for which they would be attached. And quite often, those would be things that probably the animal control or is it animal management that the county has, I don't know if they changed the name back, would be, yeah.
Radar.
But animal control may or may not be in there, because some of the questions that you've just posed are also questions that make it very difficult for us to track in some of those as well. But those are the types of things that we'd be listing under social disorder. And it really is dependent upon the community. Charlotte had a list of their social disorder things, which were frankly things we'd never even discussed here locally at all, but they were real issues that they had in their community. And so our next step that we'll be going through, and I'll be sharing at the end of the slides, is really going out and talking to some of the community groups about what are some of those social disorder issues that make it problematic for rental properties to exist in owner-occupied areas of our community. Again, Charlotte's model has to be customized for us as well. Any other questions on that?
You talked about the threshold, trying to find out the best way to capture that. Based on the chief's presentation and the data they have, can we not use some of that data that they collect to decide what's going to be compile that information to decide what's going to be the threshold for some of these, particularly the crime?
Right, and it really comes down to looking at the crime in that category across the city and saying, what is the top 10%? And so that becomes the issue. It's just not globally, it's not locally as it was before, that you've got 3 code violations or you've had prostitution, felons with guns at this house, and you get to the magic number of 3 or 4 and automatically you're in prop. That has to be compared against the crime that is representative of each one of the categories across the city.
And that's in order to pass the state.
That is really to pass that threshold. And again, it's doable, but it just takes a little bit more effort to get to it. Yeah. And actually, if you think about it, it's a much more objective way to determine it, and it really does allow you to focus on the most egregious or worst of the worst in the community, irrespective of neighborhood.
And then, in theory, as you address those egregious type ones, over time, that threshold should start to lower. So it may be 14 this year, and after it becomes effective, it starts dropping down to 12, 11, so that to reach that bad threshold over time, if it's successful, will get tighter and tighter.
Absolutely.
Is that true? Okay.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we're looking at next with the departments as it relates to the police department is we're really having them hone in on us on the crime that affects residential rental property. Charlotte, for instance, uses murder. Well, if I were a property owner, I don't know what a landlord could reasonably do to stop someone from entering an apartment that they own and killing the occupant, God forbid. You know what I mean? That doesn't necessarily, in my mind, mean it's something that the property owner did wrong. But that's something that Charlotte has in their ordinance, because they had a real issue, a real concern about a homicide rate. And they're moving toward a model, what they call a bright line, where pretty much it sounds a lot like what we had in Prop 1, but it's based on the data that they've been collecting over the last couple of years to say the top 10% that we have is, well, you got a murder there? Yeah. But there are also things which are not included in here, which I want to make you aware of as well, and it's somewhat in the, I think in the ordinance. Domestic violence calls would not necessarily be part of this. because again, that is an internal issue. It's not necessarily something that the property owner can affect one way or the other. But as it relates to assaults perpetrated by the tenants or them inviting someone in their house that assaults them, those are some drugs. Those are some of the things. And it also, I need to point out as well, this will go by the address. As the chief talked about in his presentation earlier, let's say that you're over in my neighborhood off of Helen Street. The closest house to which a crime is occurring may be coded as my home, but that does not necessarily mean that the crime occurred at my home. And so once the data comes in, we're going to have to scrub all of those police reports to ensure that the crime that is being coded and recorded is crime that actually occurred at that residential property, and that residential property is actually a rental. So it's a little bit higher standard for each one of those categories, but that, I hope, explains some of the complexity of things that we're going to be dealing with here in the next couple of weeks. So how does it work? You have entry into the program really in two different ways. One is that you have 3 or more verified code violations in a 12-month period, or that you're in the top 10% of crime for a measured period, and we're looking at our measured period of being for 6 months. So every 6 months, once we get this model up and running, we'd be kind of running this report, and we could add people in, but we also could drop people off if their crime at their residential rental properties has decreased. Once in the program, you'd have a mandatory meeting with a remedial action plan and a registration fee. You can come out of the program in 6 months if all the conditions are met. So it's not really meant to be as the same as it was with Prop 1, where you're in the program for 2 years and we're watching you very closely. By us being able to measure this every 6 months, so if you rotate out, that's good. But then if in 6 months you rotate back in, you pay another fee. And so it kind of gives them an incentive to do what it takes for in 6 months they're out of the program, but understanding that the crime or social disorder does not decrease or goes back up again, that they could be back in the program. Failure to comply or address the issues can lead to a restriction on the ability to receive rental income on the property for 1 year. That again is kind of the nuclear option that if all else fails, we would be looking at doing something like that.
Who is the mandatory meeting with, Doug? Let's say you've got a tenant who is involved with drugs and the property owner. Who's the mandatory meeting with?
It's really, the ordinance is drafted has 2 different people. If it is a code violation, it would be someone in the development services staff. If it were, if it is a crime issue, it would be someone in the police department, and that really gets at the staffing issues that we're working through.
Who are they meeting with?
It would be likely what we're calling crime analysts that would.
Property owner?
The property owner.
Not the tenant?
Not the tenant.
The property owner.
The property owner. And
What if, as most of our properties, not most, but a good majority of our property owners are not even here. So what do we do with those people?
well, as spelled out in the draft ordinance, one of the first things they'd be required to do is we'd be sending them a letter to them telling them that we're setting up a mandatory meeting for them to attend. And they would also have to be able to either appear in person or give us the name of a person who would be able to represent them in these proceedings.
Because I was thinking even I know a lot of our military people have these homes, and I don't know the new name of it, but you remember the Soldier Sailors Relief Act? You can't require a military person to come back to do anything, so.
But most of them do have signed
some
something
sort of
to allow someone to be able to handle their affairs.
Doug, so if someone does, I mean, they get the letter, they realize it's mandatory, they still don't bring a representative, is there a way to put a penalty with that if they're not coming to the program?
Yes, ma'am. At the back of the ordinance, it talks about the civil penalties that can be enacted on a daily basis, and after a month they go up, and then they'd be referred to the city attorney. Again, you never know what people will or won't do, but we've actually made some modifications to our program to address some of the deficiencies in Charlotte's. For instance, Charlotte, you could show up for the initial meeting, but you didn't have to pay the fee. But you had complied, and so for us, you've got to show up and you got to pay the fee to be in compliance. So we may have a couple of situations like that, but I would suspect that if we roll this program out in plenty of time, we'll have a huge education push, and that you're going to see some of these some of these properties actually start cleaning themselves up, because the things that are in the remedial action plan and that would also be adopted by ordinance, which would be a manual. I'm just holding up Charlotte's here. It actually has a checklist of things which the rental property owners could and likely should be doing already, such as doing the physical walk around of their facilities, making sure that the exterior lights work, taking advantage of the police department SEPTED, where you go around and say, you need to cut the trees here, you need to increase the lighting there, doing criminal background checks on their tenants, having a drug-free lease amendment so that if you get caught with drugs, that's grounds for eviction. Those are things which are included in here that, again, which I think makes this a much better program than what we had before, because before it was really the stick, not really the carrot or anything like that. I think this actually, if enacted the way it's kind of laid out here and then Charlotte does it, you're actually giving people tools, the property owners tools, to be better landlords, and then in turn have them get better tenants in their properties.
I was reading somewhere about, properties that are held under LLCs. That name out there, nobody knows who's really members. Do we dissect those LLCs to find the real people standing behind them and make them accountable? That's how it's going to work?
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure that I would hope that for an LLC they would still have someone that would be the registered
There's a
agent
managing member.
that could be
There is?
served with that.
And that's a public thing, so we just go find that one person?
Right.
So I sure would like to know everybody else in there, but that's a story for another day.
Let's see. Any questions on how it works, or Brian, did I leave anything
Yes.
out?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Doug, one thing that I realized when we changed the bulky item pickup, that, going to the community meetings, that citizens weren't going to call it in. They were hesitant to call in on their neighbors because they were worried that they would have to pay and everything else. And since that came about, with the 3 code violations, do you have something built in so that the neighbors won't be hesitant to call it in, being feared, not scared, but with the fear of them not being able to rent for 12 months, and now you got an empty house, 1 or 2 or 3 doors down? That's going to be a constant magnet for trouble. I mean, that's, you see what I'm trying to get to? I mean, that.
I do, and I hope that if we take this out to some of the community watch groups, we'll be able to explore that a little bit more. But in my conversations with many of them, they would rather call us because the grass needs to be cut, or it looks like it may be unsecured, versus having drug deals going in and out of there constantly all day and night. So that's in the crime part as it relates to the code violations. In reading this, I think that there is going to probably need to be a little bit of work done on this, and I've not had a chance to meet with Scott Schufert yet on the 4 violations. One of the things that I did communicate in an email to him would be helpful for us to identify those code violations which clearly impact the quality of life of those people who surround them. And so that would be things which would be clearly visible to us going by. Again, the overgrown and trashy yards, substandard dwelling, maybe a junk vehicle. It may not necessarily be some of the other code violations, but again, that would be defined by our local ordinance. The real concern that Charlotte identified when we met with them, last month, was that you actually had other rental property owners calling in other rental property owners because they wanted the percentages to be higher over here on someone else's property, which makes their property look better. That was one of the kind of concerns that they expressed, is that, if you call in on my property, the fact that there's something going on over here, then it makes yours look a little bit better over here. But of course, we take all those calls. So crime is crime, as the chief said. We don't ignore it. No matter how it comes
I think
to us.
those unintended consequences
Are things that we have
are
to
the ones
consider.
that really jump up and bite you.
So let me speed through this if I can. So the work remaining, we've got to finalize the Prop 2 eligible conditions and the weighting criteria, as I mentioned before. We've got to finalize the remedial action manual, which again is the Charlotte's model. If, in the ordinance, we also call for a residential rental property review board that would hear appeals of property that had been deemed non-compliant with our ordinance and thereby were restricted from renting for a year. There's an option for them to have an appeals process there. And I've got a question mark, as you'll see on the slide, that possibly we might be able to reconfigure one of our existing boards and commissions to serve in that purpose as well. And then finally, we've got to finalize the program design, such as the staffing needs, software and hardware needs, and fee schedule recommendations for the council. For the staffing needs, staff from the police department went to Charlotte on Friday. To run their program, they have 4 crime analysts who run their program along with a sergeant, no, a captain. Yeah, a captain. We have 3 crime analysts total in the city of Fayetteville. They have much more rental property than we do, so that has to be scaled back to some degree as well. But as part of the mandatory meeting that would take place, that's just the work that you see. They actually have to go through and scrub all of those police reports to, number one, verify that it is a rental property, that in fact that the crime did occur at that property, and that it is one of the violations for which we would have in our ordinance. Then they have to weight it across the city in that category. Once they reach a threshold, then they would call a mandatory meeting with the group and walk them through the process of being able to develop a remedial action plan and then monitor them on a 6-month basis. The good news is we actually have money that was budgeted in this fiscal year that we can use to get started on whatever program design that we finally settle on.
I have one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to the review, and you were saying possibly using a board that we already have, would they possibly meet more often? Because I know that's always been a concern. Will they only meet once a month, and then I have to wait?
Right. That would be one of the I think values of being able to give them some additional duties. We actually had a conversation about that. Was it last week in the appointments committee that some of the boards and commissions do meet so infrequently that it becomes very difficult for us to always keep them engaged when we need them. When you call them for a meeting in a month or so, someone may have a trip planned or they may have been in ill health. And yeah, and so that is one option that we're looking at, is to possibly reconfigure that. I put this one down, but I'm not sure if that's something that would be workable, but clearly the hope would be we'd be able to repurpose an existing one versus standing up another board.
Ms. Applewhite.
Doug, I was hoping Victor would be here tonight, but if perhaps you could consider the issue of Section 8 housing is a great concern. I try to be careful and say, there are all sorts of people, have different levels of caring for their property. But what we have found, and he's helped me with this, is that some people that find themselves in a single-family home environment for the first time don't own lawnmowers, don't own, edgers or trimmers, and the property, it becomes inspection concerns. And we've talked about this before in a lot of the neighborhoods, particularly in my district. I don't even know what to do about that, but it seems to be over and over again in some Section 8 housing. So I've spoken with the Housing Authority, and Victor has helped me, but perhaps some of these citations could be cut down if Section 8 program helped somehow.
As the program is currently drafted, we did not make an exemption for Section 8 housing or even for housing authority property to the extent we'd be able to enforce it there. The Housing Authority, as you know, has done a fantastic job of working with the police department to make sure that if there are some issues at any of their communities, that they act very quickly and swiftly to get those people out of those communities. The Section 8 housing is a little bit different. That really is the Housing Authority issues a voucher to a citizen, and the citizen is free to take that to any private property, rental property owner who will accept that voucher. I know that the maintenance standards there are a little bit different, but what's so nice about Prop 1 and Prop 2 is that it is then not the Housing Authority's responsibility, it is not then the city's responsibility, it's the property owner. They have chosen to accept the Section 8 voucher, and as part of their lease, they need to make it very clear about the maintenance standards that they have for someone living there. So what I'm saying is there would be no exemption that we have written
Right,
here for
I'm
those.
not necessarily looking for an exemption. I'm looking for maybe some communication, because what happens is, yes, it is the property owner's issue, but then it becomes a Section 8 house again and again and again, and the problem just never goes away. And particularly in the Southgate community, that is just like, you can drive through there and sometimes it's pretty bad.
Wouldn't
So
the property owner under this plan, at some point in time, they'd be called for.
I don't, because you mentioned that, is it by address, or how does that work?
It would be by address. If we use the one of overgrown and trashy yards, after they received, as drafted here, 3 verifiable violations, they would be notified that they are would be in the program, and unless they show good faith efforts on the 4th or 5th time, then they could be restricted from receiving rental income.
Okay, and that's in a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right,
It's no different.
that'll help.
That just happens to be the way the money's paid, but it's no different than any tenant.
Okay.
And what's nice about how it's drafted here is that it does not matter whether or not the code violation was corrected or not. You know, if you decide of 4 violations within a year, then do we have to go back out again and tell you the 5th time it's time to cut the grass again, the 6th time it's time to cut the grass?
Right.
So, and that's what we find sometimes, is that folks wait for us to tell them and then they go do it promptly, but we shouldn't have to tell them.
Okay, that's good.
So that's some of the work remaining. Next steps, we want to continue with the meetings that we held before with the stakeholders to discuss the programs and solicit feedback. Primarily, we're looking to have meetings this month very quickly with the community watch leaders and interested citizens, as well as the property managers and owners. And we want to present the ordinance and program design to the City Council likely on November 7th at 5 p.m. and/or on November 14th at 7 p.m. for your consideration. Some of the things that we
We
are...
could bring it back to the work session on the 7th and then potentially take a vote on the 14th. I think
Right.
we'd be motivated to do that if you
Now, that's more than ambitious. And so one of the things that we are looking at...
We should have not put them on that list then.
Well, no, I'm responding to the direction I received from the council that we needed to work with great haste on this. One of the things that I was trying to convey both in the cover memo and in the presentation is that this is a highly doable program. It seems a little complex, but when you read the ordinance, it makes a lot of sense. Where we're having a little trouble right now is on the weighting criteria for the crime. And so, depending on how our meetings go, we may be looking and asking council to allow us to do maybe a 2-stage approach to this, where we go ahead and hit the housing code violations, which are fairly clear-cut, and come back with you on a 6-month time frame or some shorter time frame once we've worked out the weighting criteria for the crime. That is complex in the extreme. I mean, really, when you break it out, they had 9 categories. We're talking about 4. And I was hoping we'd actually be able to break that down into lesser numbers, but still applying that weighting criteria across the city in each one of those categories, it's causing us a little bit of a fit to how we can do that, even with the resources that you provided. So I want to kind of temper expectations that coming November 7th, we're going to go for the whole shebang, but it may be that we only come back with a recommendation that we do the housing, and then we give you a timetable that we would come back with the crime and associated components to add that to prop as well, just to kind of give you a little teaser of what may be coming on November 7th and 14th.
I have a question. In regards to the community watch meetings and stuff, do you all already have those scheduled and locations?
No, ma'am, I don't. What we'll do is what we had when we were working on Prop 1 and now with Prop 2 is I have a list of email addresses of citizens who had identified themselves either through the website or at the public meetings that we held, some of them even in this room, as being interested citizens. We'll be sending out an email notification tomorrow inviting them to a variety of meetings or asking them to solicit feedback to us through our website. And actually, I've got a copy of that I want to put up too. We've tried to continue to update this after each report that we've given to the City Council on this topic. And one is where? You probably won't be able to see that, I'm sorry. But it is essentially the city's website, www.ci.fayetteville.nc.us. /RRPP, or Residential Rental Property Programs. And we are updating this tomorrow with the presentation we've given the city council tonight. And we'll also be scheduling the meetings on there as well and sending out meeting notices to everyone who gave us email addresses earlier. We've worked very well with Chet Omi of the I think the Property Owners Association locally, and he's been very good about helping us get the word out for those meetings as well.
Hey, Doug,
Thank you.
we appreciate that. Look forward to seeing you in November.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Massey?
Just wanted to inform the council that this is my wife's birthday. And
Miss Joyce.
I want to wish her a good birthday. Joyce Massey.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.